So a reminder, there are negotiations being held today in London for to discuss peace terms between Ukraine, UK, and the US. So I believe Germany is there as well.
Good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? Yeah, same man. All right. So a really nice lower high play on NQ. That rejection of our reversion zone at 140, and
So
then
further
push
into
back
this
down
piece, again,
to
Ukraine, Europe
our
push the US
POC.
for Russia truce before peace terms. Ukraine and its European allies have told the US that a ceasefire and clarity security guarantees for Kiev should precede any peace deal with Russia that involves negotiations about territory, according to people fully familiar with the matter. So ahead of a meeting in London Wednesday, the officials sought further detail from Washington on the sequencing of its proposal to stop the fighting in Ukraine and to bring an end to Russia's full-scale invasion, currently into its fourth year.
Offer at 90s here in NQ. Don't see much here until like 120 if we can actually bid this 90 and it flips. The big test here to see if offer can step down or not. Sell side needs to be pretty clear, or we'll fill the LVN here. If 90s can hold and we absorb, then I see us rotating back down to 50. It's a good first risk off into 65, and then in secondary into 50s if you're playing off the 90 offer. Again, if 90 fails, then we rotate up to 120. If 90 holds, then I'm looking for a push down to 50s.
UK interest rate swaps price in 84 basis points of rate cuts by the end of 2025 versus more than 90 basis points earlier.
Is your secondary risk off here into 50? This is Russell day open and ES pushing into our value low.
According to Nikkei, China's Xiaomi plans EV research center in Germany. Trump begins comments to reporters at the White House. We'll see if we can try and find a video and put it on the feed.
Alright, that's my first trade of the day. Got one runner left, stop 91.
Trump says EU and China are ripping the US off.
Moving stops down. Holy.
We're going to make a lot of money for our people.
Looking for a push to 980. Just back to our 30-second opening range.
So just a reminder, Trump says we have a fair deal with China.
Never mind, I'm stopped out.
So that's Trump saying that we will have a fair deal with China.
Yeah. Huge. Did I get slipped? No. Well, actually, let me check. Hmm. Nah, I got filled at
So just a reminder with
82.
Trump, he's due to be receiving his intelligence briefing at this time. But speaking to reporters, usually he doesn't speak to reporters at the same time as while receiving his intelligence briefing. But this is closed press. We're still trying to find a video for him. Trump ends remarks to reporters.
I mean, nothing's really changed here. Holding 50 is offer. I still would like to see us head down to that 983. Hmm. Do I get back into this thing?
So we didn't get any sort of clarification at all in regards to the Wall Street Journal headline from earlier on in the day that the White House considers slashing China tariffs to de-escalate trade war, according to sources.
If this is gonna go down anymore, we're gonna want to see this offer here at like 60 to 80. Absorb and then rotate down. So I'm gonna just wait a second. $80 being POC of previous candle. I'm just watching to see how we retest into this liquidity above from the wick. Buyer getting absorbed into 80 so far until we step over that and show it as supportive. That still makes sense to me as where the offer is sitting. I'd like us to step below 50 for confirmation. So we got our hold of our 80. Now it's figuring out if this is going to be that high or low for a pop over where we were offering before, or if we're able to actually step back below this, make this resistance, and then try our lows. I gotta see us push below VWAP for me to care. Unless you're going to play off of that edge, it's just an awkward spot with the higher lows across the board. So waiting for that weakness a bit to show itself a bit more makes a bit more sense to me. Because if this 80 to 90 holds again, we just go to 120, and then we got to just like retest our highs there before we can go down. So I'm going to give this a minute. I'm not in a position again, just waiting. I want to see sellers start to step in again and not just what it looks like to me is we're kind of just like meandering up to our wick highs from the news candle to test that liquidity. across the board, which is just like,
Boeing says impact of tariffs on
not
import
high
costs
confidence.
are less than $500 million a year.
$90 offer still maintaining. Russell rejecting our value edge. Just the same short as before. I'm not in this. We're seeing a decent amount of absorption into that 80 to 90 area, but I'd like to see us push below 50s, like I said before, for anything more. Remember, 65 was first PT from our rejection of 95s, and then we took off more into 50. So this is just the same exact range as before that we traded. Now it's just a matter of figuring out if we can break and hold these lows. Want to see a secondary seller step in below this 50 for anything new. If we can do that, then we should be able to start to retrace our lows. But I need to see if this buyer's here at our VWAP. The same thing on ES, where we're watching this 65, which is just our value low edge, as NQ tests this 50. A lot of potential for bids to try for a higher low here, so want to be careful. We want to see a very clear flip, and then we can look for more. Watch for a lower high after this bounce, a little slight relief, and then we look for continuation. Watching to see if our offer can hold into the 70 to 80 for absorption to continue for a lower high if we're going to go down. We want to see this hold. We're watching to see if sell side can hold this lower high, push below, and then rotate down. If this fails, it's going to be just full rotations up. This is the only place I'm really looking for that sell. Need to see weakness below. My first risk off into 50. Look for a secondary leg. Taking off a little more risk as we push down into this 30. Our value low of previous candle. If we can step down below that, I expect us to fully trace the into this 04. Finding a bit of liquidity here at our wick low, at our value low previous candle. Again, if we can keep pushing down, I'm just looking for us to tag out on this wick from the news candle. Okay, I'm just looking for that final push if we're going to get it. Risked off most of my position here. Would love to see a move down to our 30-second opening range. We're at RTY potential support, so just risked off a bit more. This is ES ETH low. I'd love to see us reject here on ES or I'll push down into our day open if we're going to get any follow through here with Russell. I'm sorry, with NQ also potentially holding our 30 pivot here for that last leg down into our 30-second opening range. Unsure if we get this leg, but that's what I'd be looking for. Pushing to target now. Flat. If you have the ability to hold runners, not a bad idea, but we should look for some liquidity here as we push into 90. That's my second trade of the day. And the whole idea of this trade was playing off of this absorption that I saw on Footprint. I will post that in chat there. You can see that into our 90, our 80 to 90. We show interest below this 90 edge. I think we can do the rotation of our 30-second range down to like 935, but we need to show interest below that 80 to 90 for anything more. Yeah, this bid makes sense to me. We need to see the continuation. So what you need to see to feel confident that this is going to rotate further down and not just hold our PVC low is we're going to need to see a very clear rebid right off of our ETH high, and then an offer that then holds our 80 to 90, and then we can do a rotation through our opening range, right? Something like this. Until then, you're just going to hold this low. It makes sense. Again, we just took out the liquidity wick from the news candle, took out those lows, and are now just going to chop it up here until we figure out what we want to do from this direction.
Besson says both US and China are
You're
waiting to
still
speak
in?
to
Amazing.
other
Jesus
speak to the other on both
Christ.
sides. See current tariff situation as unsustainable. Besson says no unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs.
We're
Also,
going
Besson
to
says
watch
full
that 80
China
to
trade
90 per
deal may
offer.
take 2 to 3 years. Besson speaking to reporters in Washington. Besson says, I don't have to stand on Trump power firing remark. And again, says no unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs.
We just did
Besson
the
says
full
US-Japan
reversion
trade
into that
talks
wick
do not have
low into
specific currency
900.
targets expects, but they expect Japan to honor G7 agreement on forex. And Besson
These
says that
fucking
tariff
news
negotiations
candles,
will
man.
not be an extended process at all.
Bid holding our 30-second opening range low. I'm not too
Seeing the
interested in this
S&P
area.
500 moving towards the
Little
downside
choppy.
here, as is the dollar.
I'd like to see very clear reoffers of our 980, 990, and then a rejection, and then a push below 940 if we're going to get continuation. I'm not too interested here. A little too volatile for me. Would like to see this develop out a bit more. I don't have anything against the pathing that I drew for retests here, though, if we do reject. Keeping an eye on this. We want to see a very clear rejection here.
And Besson says China's situation needs to be de-escalated for trade discussions to proceed. US-China will likely have to come down for trade negotiations to talk. Rates are unsustainable. does not have a time frame for start of China discussions, will have to take place at lower
Later,
levels
Pawlowski.
than Trump and Xi.
80 to 90 holding.
Also,
Halfway
Benson
to
says,
target
I am
here.
expecting current tax policy to be extended and a great part of that to be permanent.
Really nice.
Trump's
Russell.
reference to power termination may refer to the expiration of his term.
Yes, and RTY holding our 30-second opening range low as resistance is a good sign. We need a bit more here. I'd like to see a push down to 40 on NQ, and then I would like to see follow through like we're seeing on ES and RTY, right? You see how we're rejecting this edge? I want to see us do something similar where we build below if we're going to get downside, or this is going to be pretty jumpy here. Risking off a bit more here. Just following our pathing, right?
Also,
it's the rejection of opening range
to
high,
comment on Wall Street Journal
push down to our
story on
low.
lowering tariffs on China. We would not be surprised if they went down in a mutual way.
For continuation, again, we want to see a very clear hold of our low as resistance if we're going to get more downside. Now that we've rejected our PVZ value edge as well as our opening range, that 80 to 90 that I talked about. For anything more, we need to see that continuation and that follow through, just like we see on Russell and ES. They are showing it much better than NQ as of now. If we get this follow through, then we get much more downside. Risking off a bit more, and now just leaving runners. Stop at 90 here. Above. Taking out our wick low off that news candle. Got liquidity down at 886. I think that's a great target. I'll mark that here. Okay, I'm out. I will look for a reoffer into our value edge. That was my third trade of the day. Posted in chat. What's up, Screwhead? Do you by chance use Bookmap? No, I do not. I do not. There's nothing wrong with it. I just think that once you have a good understanding of DOM and footprint, that you don't need to use Bookmap. There's not really a purpose. A little bit too noisy for me, and once you have a good grasp of reading things yourself, you don't really need Bookmap. It's great as a educational tool, though. When you are learning order flow. Bouncing off our liquidity at 886, that was target. Again, no real change here. I'm personally still just going to be watching for either a very clear look below or a just reoffer into our day open. Very clear rejection of this edge, and then we can continue downward. Don't have a target per se for downside. I think it would probably be like 840. Like I have marked here. and then we figure it out from there. Like 840, 830. But I will wait for a bit more clarity, just like I have in every trade that we've done so far today. If we continue to maintain below our 30-second opening ranges across the board, I'm bearish on the day, right? It's a easy thing to follow on. If we're above our 30-second opening range, then we have a potential to be bullish. If we're below, I'm bearish. It's just like a easy variable to check on your list of what kind of trades I'm looking for until we show interest above. I am looking for interest below. Testing our lows here on NQ. See if we get this secondary leg off of the rejection of our 30-second opening range high, or sorry, low. We'd like this push down to 840 if we can hold this 890 liquidity on offer, this rotation down. There's not a lot here. Offers sitting at like 910. We're looking for the shift below 90s here. If offer can move below 90 and hold, then we probably have one more leg down. Again, this 910 here is just a very clear reoffer. We're just watching to see if this will flip or not. I'd like to see 910 reject and then push below 90s for a continuation down if sell side's going to be serious, or we're just going to oscillate between our 30-second opening range from this original short and push down. So just waiting for a very clear shift of our offer. Right now, I'm not seeing it. To me, it kind of looks like we're going to need to look above this high, look for liquidity into day open, absorb here, and then we can try this rotation again off this failure at the low. Just a bit of a seek of liquidity above before we can go down further. Again, looking for a push here into this 949.60. Ideally, we see some absorption occur, and we trap some buyers, and then we rotate down. That's my what I'm looking for. If this starts to hold instead, then we have a supportive push, right, where we'll look for this to rebid, and then we'll look for the rotation of our 30-second opening range back up, and that is bullish in nature, right? Where this then pops and goes up. So this is a big pivot where we're either going to drop into here, right, and then rotate down following this pathing.
Swiss economy minister says they held a productive meeting with US Trade Representative Greer to discuss bilateral trade relations and looking forward to future exchanges and continued collaborations.
See if offer can do it. Remember what I talked about earlier, it was just taking out these highs, finding new liquidity, and then looking for that seller back below 90 if we're going to go down. If this is able to start to build above, just think of this as a balance, right? So this is our top of range here. This is our bottom of range. These guys are offsides. We're now watching to see if someone's going to get offsides into this high, just like something happened into our low, right? So we're watching to see if someone gets offsides up here, or if it's able to hold a supportive edge at the highs. If we can do that, then we can go up. If this guy fails, then we look for rotation back through this little balance here, and then we look to see if sell side is able to then hold below. Okay, you're immediately profitable in this trade. We're looking for a rotation back down to 90. You take off a little risk here. We want to see a very clear hold of our edge now in lower high. And about like 925, 930, and then rotation again down into this 90 edge. And then we'll look to see our reaction there into the bottom of balance. Take off a little bit more risk as we come back into the bottom of balance. Was everyone able to follow through on this? Do we understand how we looked for offside liquidity into this imbalance that was here into our day open? And now we're just rotating through balance off the failure at our highs, just like we saw this failure at our lows. Good risk off. We should expect one of two things to happen here. In my mind, we bounce this edge. We make a lower high here, and then we look for a continuation below into our 40 edge. So we should find some bid here, and then we have to watch to see where that offer is going to be sitting. But if sell side's in control, we should expect it to be a lower high where we hold and maintain our edge, and then we look for liquidity below. Doesn't need to happen, but it's should be expected at least that we retest our highs if we hold this bid here. If it just steps below this 90 and we see our offer, then I look for 840.
Just a heads up, ECB's President Lagarde speaking at a Washington Post event. We'll see if we can get a video and put it on the feed. And we do have the video. We'll post it on the feed for you to watch. And the video is out on the feed for you to watch.
What is this? The ship.
Lagarde says loss of central bank independence hurts growth.
Pushing down into our wick low, great. First risk off into our 60. Just looking for a bid here into 60 to 40 is a great, that's target, right? So as we come down into this, unsure. That is my fourth trade of the day. I will post that now. Feel like that one was pretty self-explanatory. I think we went through that one pretty well. If you have the ability to hold runners, don't see a reason why that wouldn't play for continuation. That's your target there into 840. And if you have the ability to hold runners, I can see this keep going if we can now hold 50s as offer on retest. With this value low here, I'll just mark this with the zone. Why can't this work? Hello? Okay, there we go.
So S&P 500 reaching session low, trimming advance to about 1.8%.
Why did ES spike up yesterday when the Asia market opened? I have no clue. I was not awake for the Asia market. You'd have to go back and look at news. I can scroll through real quick and see if I can find it for you, but I have no clue. Hmm.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we're expected to hear from ECB's not. ECB's not speaking at the PIIE in Washington.
I'm looking. It looks like the Asia market, we had Trump never intended to dismiss Powell news that led to a pretty strong rally in the US dollar. Musk also saying that he would be significantly pulling back from Doge in May. And that's really the only news that we see. We also saw a relief of Chinese tariffs, Trump pulling away from Chinese tariffs. So I'm
There's no
going
indication
to
whether
guess
there
that
is a
those
text or
three pieces
Q&A
of news
expected for
helped
ECB's
quite a
not.
bit. But that's really all I see in Asia market. Those three pieces. And it was all just the same little press conference from Trump where he said all three of those things. Holding our offer so far into this liquidity, I don't know if
So there is a video.
continues to hold.
We'll get
see.
it out on the feed for you.
I don't think there's anything wrong playing with this, but we need to see price step below 820 for you to feel comfortable in any continuation down. Bids absorbing into 820.
And the video is out on the feed for you to watch.
Attempting below that 820. See if we can flip it. Offer holding where we thought it would. Here into this liquidity that was created on footprint. This 840 to 860. See if we can see a bit more from NQ here below 820 with Russell leading down. I'd love to see this move down to our ADR at 830. Or sorry, 930 on our RTY. Here are all of the trades that we've... Oh, okay, well, that didn't work. Here are all of the trades that we have talked about and have been posted in chat today so far. Whoops. How many trades in a day do you usually take? It really depends. I don't really care about the amount of trades. I just make sure that they're a decent amount of quality. I'd say probably on average, I take about 20 scalps a day, I'd say. Sometimes, some days I take 5 trades, some days I take 50 trades. It just depends on if the setups are there or not. Some days I take 1 trade. Those days are pretty uncommon, though. I can usually find something. I don't really care about the amount of trades I take. It's just, is there a setup or not? If there's a setup, I'll play it. If I don't see anything that I'm confident in, I won't touch it. It's really that simple. I think for new people, limiting the amount of trades you take and the amount of like scratches, right, is super important because you need to have some self-control and it keeps you accountable. But once you have a good system in place and you are following a rule set and you're pretty accountable to yourself and your rule set. As long as the setup is there and you are only trading mechanically, right, what you see and what you feel emotionally and mentally comfortable with, right? Like, I don't think there's an issue, right?
That we're seeing tariff impact in PMI and hiring numbers.
But it's really it's people will always ask you like, how many trades should I be taking a day? What's your stop? What's your PT? What's your risk? And it's like those things are so independent to the individual, and having a universal system just does not work. Because your mental is different than my mental. Your risk is different than my risk, right? So like these things have to be something that you figure out for yourself and what you're comfortable with, because you as an individual are different and have different triggers, right? Different emotional triggers, different mental triggers that are going to be so influential on the decisions you make. And having my system, right, is just not going to work for you. Sadly, I wish it. I wish it would. I wish I could press the buttons for you, and you and I were on the exact same wavelength with what we were thinking. But it just doesn't work. It just doesn't.
Lagarde says levies probably more disinflationary than inflationary.
Because you do not want my brain, bud. But it's always quality over quantity, right? Yeah, of course. What's the point? There's no point in quantity of trades here. Quantity doesn't do anything. It's all about understanding what you're trading and why you're putting risk in the market. I'm not just taking a trade to take a trade.
Lagarde says net
no
effect
sense.
of tariffs is still uncertain.
If the setup isn't there and I don't think I can make money, then I'm not going to trade it. Listen, like, this is the start of the day. I've traded just micros this morning. It's just a warm up.
Surely expected to hear from ECB's.
And this is where we're at.
Get no indication whether text or Q&A is expected.
And this is just micros, right? Like this is just 4 trades on the day, with basically I think max size 15 lots. Most 3 of the 4 trades was just basically one mini, so 10 micros. And this is where we're at, just with taking setups that we're comfortable with. We're at almost 2K on the day already. So it's like, as long as we are being mechanical with our setups and we are only trading what we're comfortable with, that we can see and have a narrative around and have very clear invalidation and validation, then there's like, you're gonna make money. It's just it is what it is. But if you're trading just like to trade, you're gonna take a lot of really bad slop setups that don't have any real meaning, right? There's no real identified buyer or seller, and you're just trading like chop, and it's gonna show in your P&L and in your win rate. But it's one of those things where you've gotta be patient. All right, just cleaning up our chart.
Lagarde says China-US discussions will likely be key trade negotiation.
Just balance between our two zones here on NQ. Nothing really to talk about. 90s above, 40 below. Just need to see the shift again if we're going to push down. I'll be right back.
On Truth Social says Zelensky's statement is harmful to negotiations. So it's getting his full Truth Social post then, saying Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about here. This statement is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia, in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Obama and is not even a point of discussion. Nobody's asking Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired? Just trying to weed through some of the stuff here. Saying the statement made by Zelensky today will do nothing but prolong the killing field, and nobody wants that. We're very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now finally get it done. Faster than in March projections due to euro appreciation, energy bills, and negative impact of uncertainty and tariffs on growth. For the medium term, there is still a risk that disruptions in global supply chains will put upward pressures on prices. Given the still tight labor market, it seems likely that the fiscal boost will contribute positively to inflation. While near-term risks to inflation are downward for the policy-relevant medium term, this is far less clear. Dynamics of underlying inflation are at the moment looking good, and keeping an eye on fiscal boost to labor market. Before US tariff announcements, I could have favored a hold in March. I'm a cautious believer of greater international role for the euro, and a policy rate that is neither accommodative nor restrictive broadly remains the place to be. Best for rates to be at neutral for now.
Oh boy. Kind of feels like we head up to like 905, 910 here. But just gonna be patient. I don't think there's a great opening. We just held our balance low. We just did one of these. Rebid off of R54. I would love to see like a look into this high. And then we figure out if we're gonna like bid here or if it's gonna do a reversion through this. Then we push below. Just like before, right? We've got a balance that we're trading in. I'd love to see us show a seller above, get someone off sides above, and then rotate through, and then just do the same setup that we just played for more downside. Right, just this right here. But kind of have to just wait. Nothing really here. There's a bid right into this low at this 54, but we've got an offer above. I need to see either someone like get off sides above or a very clear look below, or this is just going to be choppy in between. At least to me, that's what it looks like. A push into 910 would be a reversion to your 15-minute VWAP. we still need to show, excuse me, interest below this 810, 820 for anything that's real on this move. We can clearly see that there's a bid that's willing to just kind of be taken in here. So until this gets taken and we start to push below, I just don't really see a narrative that makes sense for more downside in the short term until this is taken out. It's going to be just really hard for me to be like, yeah, this is happening. But if we do take it out and we see that offer really shift down, then it makes a lot of sense. The overall trend is down right on the day, so that makes sense. But I need to see us take out that 810, 820 for me to really care. Or I just kind of expect balance here between like 890 to 910 and this 830, sorry, 810 to 820. Into our buyer here, 810, 820. Let's see if it flips or if it holds.
According to Nikkei, Besant won't seek currency target in discussions with Japan.
This should be your first risk off if you are playing off of 810, 820. We need to see if we're going to get back into this range or not. If we bid 54s, we should be able to retest the highs and then do this setup here.
So just keeping an eye on the dollar, seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside. So after we got the headline that Besant won't seek currency target in discussions with Japan, according to Nikkei.
You're looking for this 40 to 54 to try to be supportive on this look back into balance. If this fails, And there's no change. But if we can find a bid here, then we can look for rotations up to 890. So watching for a bid here or a failure. I don't really care either way. 810, 820 is still just our very clear support. Need to see that shift below. Failure at our range low. See if this is just balance or if we can show interest below 810, 820 for more continuation. Let me adjust this level just to match up with POC here. Go. Flirting with a look below this 810, 820. I'd love to see this reoffer and hold for continuation down. Need to see sell side really start to step on the gas, try to shift this from buy side value to sell side. Not really seeing much yet. I'm just going to put this on as a visual aid for you of lower highs. Don't treat this as like some like line of God. Just want you to see the lower highs of the offer stepping down.
According to the Washington Post, top Trump aides urged Trump to tone down attacks on Powell.
Oh, wait, what? Good rejection of 840.
And we have posted out the article from the Washington Post on the Financial News newsfeed for you to read through.
A bit more pressure. 10 to 20 still holding. We need to see this flip with that sell pressure. I'm liking these lower highs. We just need to see this flip below, and then we have something.
So from the article from the Washington Post, it says Trump's abrupt shift in rhetoric Tuesday towards Powell reflected the private lobbying of some of his senior advisors who would urge the president to back off his incendiary attacks on the central bank, according to 3 people familiar with the matter.
This is the first real sell that I'm seeing that's trying to show interest below 20. I'd like to see this hold on offer. We can see our POC try to shift down here as well. Watching our retest. It's good so far. If you're in this, first risk off here into 780, 770. When you use absorption like this on the last 3 15-minute candles, what's an easy way to identify the sell is over? You'd be pretty. You'd be able to see it on bar cumulative delta pretty easily, I think. Right, you'd basically see bar cumulative delta look something like this, right? You'd have your buying spike of deltas would come down like this. You'd have an increase in selling deltas, and then your buying deltas would be decreasing, your selling deltas would be increasing, and then you'd see that flip and then go to buying deltas again, right? Something like that pretty quickly on a good reversion. What we saw instead in this area is the buying deltas decreasing a little spike, and then way more selling deltas. Right, so sell side winning that out and buy side exhaustion. Yeah, I think that's probably a good visual aid. But like to me, this got real only when we started to see POC shift at this 820 here above. That made a lot more sense to me. It's like I wasn't really confident in any of this because we knew that this bid was here. But as soon as we saw the offer really start to step down here at this 820 and this move, that's when I felt a bit more confident in this sell and willing to take a chance on it. And you can see by my positioning as well, like that's when I started to engage. As soon as we actually were able to see that selling pressure show interest below. Was there a play here at 840? Yeah, definitely. If you were willing to try this edge for the rejection of our low balance. But for me, I really didn't care about this 20-point range. Not enough risk to reward for me. I'd rather just play the breakdown of this and flip of this buyer to seller from 810 to 820 because I know that the move is going to be much better, right, risk to reward wise, than playing for 20 points a potential chop. Like, it's okay, right? Like it's still solid. But I know that if we lose this absorption that was happening at 810 to 820, we're gonna get a much more extreme move that has a lot more confidence and speed on the loss of our buyer here. So that made much more sense to play for me. Does that make sense? Bid sitting at 760. I don't have a ton of confidence in that. I would like to see us push down to 725 here. Just a bear flag on the shorter time frame and push down, but we got to take out our low. Double bottom so far on NQ. Russell still maintaining our low. Probably don't get our next leg down until Russell shows that weakness. Just oscillations here. We've got a little bit of absorption into 780. Sell side absorbing, being absorbed into 750. Just chop basically in between these two areas. Thinking we might need to look over 780, absorb into that, trap someone, and then we can rotate down into 720. Got very clear liquidity above us on footprint, right? So just keeping an eye on this. You know. See if we trap into that.
So just a heads up, in 15 past 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Bailey should speak at the IIF event. We do have a video from Reuters on their YouTube. We'll put it out for you. But just a heads up, Bailey speaking at 15 past 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
So we filled the sell side. We want to see it now either
Kazakhstan is committed to
like
constructive
this,
work with OPEC Plus, according to a statement.
We will trap here and we'll look for a bid back over 820 and then a rotation up like this, trapping these sellers into our lows. So just keep an eye on this. We want to see a very clear look back below 780, or we're going to bid this 820 and then go up. Watch our 810, 820 here for a bid. I think it's safe to play. Again, this is all because RTY and ES and NQ double bottomed, right? No failure from Russell. So you get a push up. If we recover this edge, then we do full rotations up with these guys trapped at our lows. I think it's fine to
According
play
to
off
Energy
of
Minister of
810,
Kazakhstan, they say that Kazakhstan is fulfilling its OPEC Plus obligations.
You want to be risking off into our POC up at 56 until that becomes supportive. If we flip over 56 and show interest above, then we can keep going.
Source reminder with Breeden from the Bank of England. She'll be speaking at the same event. It's probably going to be on the same video too. We have put the link on Bailey's name on the economic calendar on the left-hand side.
Offer sitting at 50. Don't know if we tag into 56 with that offer at 50. Unsure. Or stuff 1 into 50. Bruh. Tag me out on this 55. Hello? Alright, we'll see if we flip this. Just filled one there. We should be able to rotate up to 90 if we can hold this edge now. There it is! And that is how you successfully flip bias. One of two things happen here, guys. We see this, where we trap again into these highs, and then retest this 56 to 40. This retest can result in another rotation of this range, right? And then we do something like this. This would be the classic just balance trade, where we now show this as resistance, rotate back down to this low. We look for a bid to now be present here actively at this 40 to 56. This makes the most sense to me. If this holds, we'll then look for this to go supportive, because that'll be a really good sign that this buyer is now confidently back in the market and that we want to take out this high. If this 56 to 40 doesn't hold, right, this node here, then we look for this to go offer again. But this looks good for continuation if we can look back above. Russell's still leading up, right? So there's nothing to really say that this is bearish, right? It's still very clear higher lows across the board, holding everything that we need to. Yes, same thing. Got our stack buy signals in the lows, rotated back through our range. Now just watching to see if we can build here at this 420. I would like to see this come down to 56, ideally to retest this buyer first before we go for this look over. Just to retest the POC, right? But it doesn't need to happen. I would just be a lot more confident in this move if it did that. And we saw like a very clear bid here. But if we see like a very clear look over 900, 910 and hold, then it doesn't need to happen. That's like that's the asterisk, right? It's like if we don't need to show a bid back down into this low node, then we just need to see like a very clear buyer at our highs on a take out of that. But again, like I think that this bid down here makes a lot of sense. Seems pretty obvious. Rotations today have been stellar. If I had to guess, ES probably trades to like 440. Retest our value edge. Look for something like this. If we can hold these edges, this will be our test here to let us know. NQ coming back down to low balance on the flip. See if we can find a bid here. This has to be your first risk off if you are playing off the 56. As we push back up into 87, this is where our offer will be located if we are going to fail the breakout. This is our lower high, right? So just keep that in mind, that if this is going to fail, it'll fail here, and then we look for rotations below. If this is going to succeed, we will look for this high to be taken and a build above for continuation up. So really important that we see highs taken off of the hold of our low. $50 till new 15s. And again, you can feel a lot more confident with your long once we show this is supportive above. This like 900, 910, bit above. That'll be a really great sign. So then that's like where hard offer is. I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back.
Fed biz for 5-year notes total $4.8 billion. Losing my voice a bit. Yeah, I mean RTY like basically has to find a buyer here, or this will fail. Again, like we didn't make new highs, right? We didn't break out of this range. Just tagged right into that 87. We need to see RTY show interest here on our stacked rebid reversal line, which it is, but we need to now see a break of these lower highs for continuation. Just trapped in this balance again. Feel a lot more confident about this the upside move over 37 on Russell once we show interest above that. Until then, it just looks like downtrend until RTY finds a bottom. Thinking probably a tag into like 3640 on NQ if this edge doesn't hold here at 56. Just a retest of our value of our previous candle.
just where our yellow box is. And then from there, we figure out what we want to do. My guess would be we look for liquidity into here, we look for a bid, and then we look for a pop into 910 is what I'm looking at, unless something crazy happens. So if you are short off of 87, this is a great risk off as we push down into this. We look for a seek of liquidity here, and then a very quick bid and pop back over 56 for rotations back up to highs, or this will be a very clear flip from sellers, I believe. So just keeping an eye as we rotate down, we'll look for liquidity down here.
ECB's Not says, I'm not concerned about the prospect of a stronger euro and smaller current account surplus.
Wait for the pop back over that 56.60 for longs. If offer is going to be anywhere for sell side, it'll be here where we wanted to see buy side. If this fails, then I look for bid back over 56 and then play this auction high again. So again, this is just where we wanted to see our bid. It was not there, right? So we expect our offer to be there now on retest. This is our auction high of this previous range, right? Of our fixed rate range. So it makes sense for sell side to be sitting here if we're going to continue downward. I want to see bids recover this 56 for upside. I hope that makes sense to you. We've talked about this a lot in context, which is like if where we're looking for buy side liquidity
10 minutes away
fails,
from when we get the 5-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.33 and a prior high yield of 4.10%. The US looking to sell $70 billion of 5-year notes. So just a bit of research then. JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring more of a concession in order to be absorbed smoothly given unattractive valuations. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 2.1 million 5-year note futures, a record amount and a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
I really want them to flash this over. Watching our reaction here. I want to see like a pretty aggressive bid if this is going to hold this like 56.60 area. We're going to rotate the range, trapping these sellers below. If they fail here, it's going to be a very clear lower high, and then we take down, we get continuation below 810, 820. Want to see like a pretty clear bid. Wrist off half into 75, holding just for a full rotation through.
Five minutes to go until we get the 5E note auction. Prior bid cover was 2.33. Prior high yield was 4.1%.
Tagged into 85 there. Just in runners now. Yep. Whoa, what the hell was that? It's like I lost internet for a second. Do we all see this flip? Are we getting more familiar with this range trade on the recovery of an auction low? I feel like I'm like really hammering this trade. Into 910 next risk off here. A lot of liquidity at 910. It's fine if you don't get it yet, but like you got to let me know because this is a trade that I do over and over and over again. So it's something that like if you don't understand what I'm talking about, now is your time to be like, hey, what the hell are you saying? What are you yapping about? Looking for 40s next. Yeah, I totally will screw. Just give me 1 second. Just managing this position. Just wrist off one more into our 930, 940. Our opening range low is 939, so just want to be risking off a bit as we push into that.
One minute to go until we get the when issued yield for the 5E note auction.
Thirty seconds till new 15s and news.
10 seconds.
See if we can hold this 900, 910. We would like to see 87 hold. We're basically just looking to see
Treasury
if we
when
can
issued
hold up
5-year
here.
yield 4.005%
hell no.
for the
I
$70
got stopped on
billion
runner.
auction. Also, Reeves says the UK will not relax food standards to secure a US trade deal.
Nothing
And
has
UK
changed
will
about our
not
auction.
rush
Literally
trade
nothing.
talks with the US.
Bid held our low. We can pop back over 910, so I'll get back in. Very volatile candle, but nothing changed in our balance. Watch for reoffer into 900, 910 for sell side to step in. If we can flip back over this, then we go higher.
Reeves also says that UK won't relax standards on autos, food, and online safety, and a deal with the US can be done, including tech partnership.
This is sell side and then push down. It would look like this. If we can step over, then we're bullish. We have a very clear auction. This is our buyer. This is our seller. We can see that on footprint. So if offer is now holding here into our 890 to 910, then we rotate below to our 840 and we look for liquidity again. If we can push over this seller at 910s, then we go up. Let me turn off indicators so you can, oh no, that's the wrong thing I need to turn off. Let me turn off drawings. Very clear liquidity here and here, right? This is our auction that we've already designated. So we're watching to see if a lower high gets put in here. The same as before. Found liquidity where we needed to, right into where we thought it would be. Now we watch to see if this 900, 910 holds offer. If it does, then I look for rotations back down to 40 to 56.
Bid cover 2.41, 2.41 with a high yield of 3.995%. So the US selling $70 billion of 5-year notes and awarding 76.41% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 11.12% of 5-year note sale, direct 24.84%, and indirect 64.04%.
Bit attempting, getting absorbed so far. Just watching to see if we can hold this 900, 910. A little volatile here.
US Treasury 5-year yields decline after the $70 billion auction. So remember that when issued, 5-year yield was 4.005%.
White box, so you're halfway back of your last 15-minute candle. It's in the patty indicator. Sorry, I'm just really trying to see if we're going to get this bid. I will review this trade. I have first PT here at 930 and then 960. If we can hold here. This fails, then we rotate back down to our 40 to 56, just for this sake of liquidity. But if we can hold here, then I look for us to push into day open.
It's about 10 minutes away. Comments from ECB's Muller says growth to be more modest and recession unlikely. It's too soon whether to say June will be a cut or a pause. Euro gain to hurt competitiveness and call inflation. Monetary policy is no longer restrictive. So currently speaking in an interview. So as I was saying, in about 10 minutes time, we're expected to hear from Bank of England's Governor Bailey speaking at the IIF. The video is on his name on the economic calendar. We'll post out the video too on the feed.
Tagged half there into 29.
We have posted out the video where Bank of England's Governor Bailey will be speaking on the Financial News feed. So in regards to text, it's not expected, but there's a Q&A on the record. And then later on at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Breeden speaking at the same event. No text is to be expected for her. And there's it's open to media and there's Q&A on record.
As we push into day open and this 960, this 50 to 60 is your first risk off. Secondary risk off would be into 980, 990. If we can hold this edge. Fire here, right? On footprint, very clear to see. So we'll see if they can maintain this. If they can, right, we'll be watching for this rotation. Taking the liquidity here, see if bid can hold. They gotta send this shit, or are we going back to 900, 910 here? We can't hold this edge. Has trend changed? Not yet. If we can show interest over like 985, 990, then yeah. Until then, no, this is just a reversion back to day open. So there, the market is flat. It is not in trend. Market's going to be looking aggressively for a lower high here. If we're going to do one more leg down, it's going to be here at this 40. Sell side is going to really try to control this for this rotation back down to 900, 910. And then we can look for that liquidity like this. We need to see a very clear step over 40s here, with Russell also holding higher lows and pushing. Need to see a very clear look.
So according to a reporter for CNBC on X saying Chinese embassy in the US post statement from an official saying our doors are open if the US wants to talk. If a negotiated solution is truly what the US wants, it should stop threatening and blackmailing China and seek dialogue based on equality, respect, and mutual benefit.
True.
To keep asking for a deal while exerting extreme pressure is not the right way to deal with China and simply will not work.
Okay. While we wait for this to play out, we can just go through this. We've talked about this over and over and over again, so we can talk about it again, but this is nothing new. So the whole idea here, guys, is we have this thing called balance, right? And that looks like this. We have an area that price balance inside right center. Right, so
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says fragmenting the world economy will be bad for growth.
We get these areas where
speaking just before he's due to speak.
We show interest on both sides, and we see it happen over and over and over again, where we have an auction high and a low. That price is just kind of like trading in between. And then we have what we would consider a value high, or like where buyers are seeking our edge low and our edge high, our extremes. And those usually are outside of balance, right? So these are our areas where we're watching for liquidity on either side. So for me, I should need to change this a bit. We have two extremes. We have an extreme here into our 910. We can call this sell side value. And we can call this
45 counterparties take $171.780 billion at the Federal Reserve Corporation.
value.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says the UK is an open economy, so US relation with the rest of the world matters. We do have to take very seriously the risk of growth.
All right. So when we're looking at these areas, what am I watching for? What's the idea here? Well, we expect price to rotate in between these two areas, right? And when we come down into an extreme, what are we looking for into where we've seen known buyers? Well, we're looking for the bid to be here into these lows. This is where we saw absorption earlier in the day, and this is why it's been marked this 810, 820. So what I'm looking for is for buyers to be present here to absorb and for us to rotate back into balance for this rotation through. Because we know that this is buyer value. I'm only looking for sell side continuation if we reject our balance highs, show interest below our buy side value, and then we can look for continuation down, right? That's what we did here for this short. So when we recover an area that we previously have seen buyers at from below, we now have a catalyst because these sellers are offsides. So what I'm going to be watching for is when we see this seller offsides, we are then looking for this buyer to then hold as supportive because we've now looked above, right? So I'm now looking for
According to the
rotations
information,
between these two
OpenAI
levels.
forecasts revenue topping $125 billion in 2029 as agents and new products gain.
And what I want to see is we know that there's a buyer here. We know that there's a buyer here. This is the bottom of our balance. So if this buyer is back at this 810, 820, I'm now looking for a bid to step over and now be here for a higher low, right? For buyers to now buy at a higher price. And what does it mean if buyers are willing to buy at a higher price? Well, they think that price can go higher, right? So where was our previous shift of value? Well, we know that is in our top edge here from the same absorption that we saw earlier, right? We know that this is a pivot shift. We saw this buyer that was present here that then flipped seller that we played down. So this is my top edge. So when we look at this, I'm just looking for bids to now be present here because we saw them here at this 810, 820. We have the catalyst below, right? These guys are offsides. We've recovered our buyer. I'm now looking for this to be active. So I'm looking for a push up into this, into our known seller, into the top of our range. And from this, we then look for our bid to then be present again here, actively showing interest at our auction low because we traded to our auction high. We aren't able to break out. So I'm now looking for pressure here, right? What happens if we don't see this bid happen here? What are we looking for? Where is our buyer? Well, we know our buyer's here at this 810, 820. So if this guy fails, what am I going to be watching for? Well, I'm going to be looking for another seek of liquidity and then a pop back over because we already know that this is our auction. I'm only playing around these levels. So if we see this dip here into this 810, 820, what am I looking for? Well, I'm looking for the bid again above because we saw an active buyer that's still present here at our 810, 820. So do we see that this is playing here? Rip and then push up. It's the same thing, right? We're just playing around our pivots. We're playing around our known buyers and known sellers. That's all that this is. So when we fail to show interest below, I then look for a rotation back through our balance because our auction hasn't shifted. Our buyer is still present here, and we know that we will trade between these two areas if this low holds, right? And I'm looking to sell into our known seller.
Bailey says I was very encouraged by Besant's speech.
What happens if our seller value shifts? What happens if this 900, 910 goes supportive? Where are we going? What do we always say? If seller value is shifted, what do we need to look for? Well, we need to look for a push higher, right, into our last known seller. So where is that? Well, that's here, right, into our 960, 990. We know that there's a seller here at this 940. This is our last known seller, and then we know that there is sell side liquidity here into this 980, 990. So I'm looking for PTs here. Oops. I'm looking for PTs here and here, because I know that this is where seller value is last. This is our day open. This is where we're headed. So if we shift here and we see our bid now stepping up, like it did here, here, this is bad. We can change this. We know a buyer tried here. We know a buyer has tried here. We know a buyer has tried here. So we're seeing a shift of value from buyers overtaking our selling levels.
That there's a commitment to institutions.
We know our buyer is moving up price, right? Slow grinding up, recovering levels, and shifting value. So if our buyer is now here, I am now looking for our seller to be here and here, right? Because our value is shifting and we are trading in this auction. So all I'm doing is playing into our next areas of interest. I'm taking risk off into our 940. I'm taking risk off into this 980 because I understand where these sellers were previously. What happens if we shift over this and we take our day open and then we push up? Well, if we look and we see our buyer then hold this, then we can play these upper rotations and then we're bullish on the day again, right? We're back above our day open. Do we have questions about this? Like, I'm trying to understand what parts you guys don't understand. We have our catalyst here, offside participant. We recover our range where we saw participation happen at this 810, 820. None of our levels have shifted in the last 2 hours, right? We bid, we rotate through, we rotate up. Our value is shifting. Give me questions so that I understand where we're at. All right, cool. Okay, so let me go through my trades then in this area. Now that we've gone over the idea of what we were looking for. That'll be the last step now that we understand the idea of trading back into balance. Give me 1 second. I've got to make this smaller because my screen is too high res.
Bailey says that China has had a sustained weak household domestic demand, and that's not sustainable forever.
All right. So with this logic in place, this is our 810, 820 that we just talked about. This is where that absorption was happening before. Why do I care, and why did I look for a short here on this push down? Why? What do we see happening here? What's happening? What's happening here on this before? What are we seeing? Lower highs, lower lows, right? So we're seeing the offer move down. What happens when I see the offer move down and then we see a lot more pressure as we push below where our bid was, this 810, 820? What am I looking for to happen if we're seeing the offer aggressively start to push price down and then I see a slam on the DOM below? Well, I'm going to look for downside, right? We lost this bid. The bid's gone. So I'm now looking for our offer to rotate us, because I know that if we lose this buyer, we are going to seek liquidity lower. That's what happens. If the bid leaves, the offer then follows, and we will go to if the buyer no longer wants to buy at 810, 820, we will then seek lower. That will shift value. That then becomes our offer, right? So I'm now going to move my stops down. I'm going to look for price to go down further. So that's what we do. We look for where that liquidity is resting. We saw that it was sitting into this 750, 760 area. So I exit my position. I'm taking risk off. My stop is above 820 because I know that if we pop over 820, what is going to happen? Where are we going to rotate? Well, we've already determined our auction above, right? So I know that if price looks above this, we're then going to rotate in our range that we've already identified, which is back up into this 87 to 910. This is where our high is. So I'm going to stop out of my position on my runners if we look above, and I'm going to immediately bid. Because I know that if this seller isn't present here to defend this level, we're going to squeeze, because this buyer is going to come back, and we're going to rotate this range again. Yeah? So I immediately stop out of this position, taking a small loss on my runner, and I immediately bid. And I'm playing back up into what? Our first offer here, right? I take off my first risk into our first seller, take off a little risk. See that we're still remaining above our 810, 820, so I'm remaining the rest of my position, because I see that we're just chopping in between these two areas. I've already taken off of my first risk, and now I can stay in this as long as we're maintaining above this 810, 820, right? So my stop is now sitting here, and I'm looking for bids to just be able to maintain this and look over. I take off secondary risk into our known seller, again, a little bit higher. And then what do? Well, I take off risk into our known seller that's above, because if they're not going to hold here, I know that they're above sitting here into our 87 to 910. So I take off risk again into our top of range, because we've now completed this oscillation. Yes? So that's that trade. I'm now flat here, waiting for either a look above, clear absorption, and then a rotation down. Or if that doesn't happen, where do we know the bid is sitting? Well, this is the bottom of our little auction here, right? So what am I going to be looking for? Well, I'm going to be looking for a very clear seek of liquidity into our known buyer, 810, 820. And then what am I watching for? Well, the recovery of our range low, our auction low. So as soon as we look over, I'm now looking for a bid here at our 56, 60 area, right? And what am I literally looking for that rotation? Well, into our known seller at 900, 910. So I, again, sell in the exact same place.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says there's a lot
sold
of leverage in
at the
government
top
bond
of our
markets.
auction, right? And then I'm risking off into our known levels. It just makes sense. So all I'm doing is seeing that buyers are still present and then trading with them. And then trading into our known sellers, right? Into the levels we've already identified. And then just risking off my position into that. What happens...
Adding markets have functioned in the last few weeks.
When I get stopped out here, what do we see happen into this wick low? Why is this wick low important? What does this tell us? What did I say when we saw this happen? I said nothing has changed in our auction. Liquidity was found where it was needed, right? So what does that mean to you when you hear me say that? Well, if our buyer is still present here, what are we watching for? Right? Another oscillation. What are we looking for if this buyer is still present? Well, I'm now looking to see if our seller at the highs has shifted. Yeah, right? I want to see a break of these highs because our low held. This is what happens in an auction. If we recover this low, this guy is still remaining true, right? He's never been retested. So this buyer is still present, and what we've created is a higher low. Yeah? So I know that this buyer is still present. So what am I looking for off of this rotation? I'm looking for a seek of liquidity that now holds here. This is what we wanted to see. And when we hold here and we've created this higher low, I'm now looking for a higher high. Because this guy is still on side, right? This seller got stuffed, was absorbed into our known secondary buyer. I'm now looking for higher. I wasn't able to get filled here because this happened in 5 seconds. But what happened, what remained true is our liquidity, right? Our buyer remained true. That's what's important. So what I'm looking for now, because of this hold, is now a look above and bid here. Why is this important? Why am I looking for a bid here? Well, this is our known seller, right? So if we're going to hold, what's going to happen? Well, we're going to hold in here, and then we're going to rotate down, and then we go down, right? I attempted that. I tried to short this edge. I got stopped out into 910. As soon as I got stopped out, it was like, oh shit, okay, bid is happening. That's what this is. So I immediately buy because I get stopped out on my short trade, and I know that if this seller isn't aggressively selling here, I'm now going to go long. Because I know that if this offer isn't going to remain firm, I'm now looking for a very active bid to be where our seller was last, where I took risk off. And I'm looking to then play into our pushes up. Do we have questions? Are we following this logic of like just understanding where buyers and sellers are and playing with them, respecting our offer, respecting our edges, and then playing with our edges within structure? Are there any questions? So this bid here is just me seeing that this offer failed to rotate us down and our bid is stepping up. I'm now looking to play back into our day open. Right? I'm looking to play into that 60 level, into our reversion of our day open. And if we can hold here, right? Amazing. Then we look for rotations up. And if we start to do this, then we're really bullish because we've now recovered our VWAP and we can then go up and we've recovered our day open. That is a clear shift in our trend. But what does it mean if nothing changes here? What does it mean if this rotation happens, we rotate up, and then we see weakness here? Well, nothing has overall changed in our market. Our seller is still present at our day open. There's been no shift in structure. We're still below, and we're still seeing the same selling pressure. So we can rotate down in these ranges as long as this is maintaining. So it makes sense to risk off into this, understanding that this is where our seller is resting. So now it's just a matter of, okay, well, if our seller is still sitting here and we're not seeing any interest above this 80 to 90, then I need to be looking for an offer here again, and then a rotation back down to our range. We know our bid is sitting here at this 910, 900, right? So we can play off of this, but if this guy fails, what are we going to be watching for at this 910, 900? Well, we're going to be looking for a lower high, right? Off of this seller. We're going to be then watching for a look back into this auction, and then a rotation through down to our 56, right? Because what do we see? We are losing this bid that's present here, and we're now rotating back through this known auction. So this gives you an idea to trade. Once we see the seller here, and we rotate back below this 900, 910, we can then play off of this as our area of interest to look for our offer, and then our rotation through. Do we see that look playing out right now? What's happening? Our sellers where we thought they would be, right? What did we just see happen? Well, our offer is now holding our 30-second opening range low, and we're rotating back into this 900, 910. What happens if this bid isn't present here? What are we going to be looking for? What did I just say? This bid needs to be here, it needs to be aggressive, or what happens? This then goes offer, and we rotate through structure, our balance that's known. Yes? So this is now our next area where we can look for a potential trade. Is everyone on the same page now, or was that too complicated? So many fucking lines, man. Holy. Last chance for the bid here. Offer steps down, we rotate through. Watch for our offer into 900, 910. First risk off should be at 70. Secondary is into 56 to 40, into our liquidity that's below. Wow, can you imagine that it just did the thing that we just talked about and walked through? It's like there's actual auctions in the market. Should be mostly risked off. If we flip this, then we can look for more. Crazy that we found an immediate bid into our balance low. What are the odds? Now that we've gotten this move, we have two options. We see sell side get a lot more dramatic here, or we look for our offer at the top of our auction and then a rotation through. I'm much more inclined to believe in this move, where we have to seek first into this. We find liquidity here, we rotate back up, and then we look down because we have so much demand below us. But just keep in mind that if the offer does step it below, we will then do this move first. I'm much more inclined to believe that we retest this because this is our auction low. I expect our auction low to hold. I expect then us to retest our offer high, right? Our auction high into our known seller, reject, and then continue down. Why do I believe this? Well, what's happened on literally every rotation that it's done this? We find some liquidity here on our first test back in. We look for liquidity here. We do the rotation back up. What happens on the failure here to make a new high? Well, we get a new low, right? Yeah? So why would I think anything different if we're trading in the same auction again? So I'm going to be looking for our seller here again off of a failure to get back above, and then we'll get a new low because we're seeing that sell side sit here. It's been the same shit over and over again. What happens on this failure? Look what happened last time. We push into this high, we rotate down to our balance low, we then rotate back up into our offer, and then we make a new low. It's the same thing again, right? So we can expect the same thing because our auction is playing over and over again the same until it doesn't. Right? So I can look for those expectations, I can predict them, and we can look for that bid that's going to be present here, and then we watch for the offer as we rotate into this high. Nothing has changed in our overall trading strategy, right? Nothing has changed in the participants that are actually moving the market. We see them here, we look for relief here, we look for our offer here, and then we look for a push down and seek for value lower. Everything you just said, you teach in your course. I don't have a course. but it is something that we teach. Yes, we have classes every Monday. We have hundreds of hours of classes recorded on certain topics, trading strategies, and then you're with me every day of the week live, and I go through every setup that I'm looking for. This isn't like a call out service. I don't give you trades in the sense that I'm trying to teach you how to trade. It is very different than just like Gamba stream where you're just like following a guy who blows up an account every week.
Governor Beatty's comments.
This is me teaching you actual trading strategies that are going to then you can use to then follow through and actually build on your own and not be dependent on me. The reason why people stay with us is because once you learn these trades, then you can trade with me. I'm here every day. This is what I do for a living, right? So you can hang out with me. I will tell you what I'm looking for, and you can trade with me, right? But it's not a call out service. If you want actual call outs, we don't do that. We have a algo trading service that will trade for you if you want that. That is not what this is. We have algo trading. You can just automate your account if that's something that you want to do. But if you actually want to learn, then you can chill here, hang out with me, and I will walk you through every single thing that I'm looking for on a daily basis. And you can take the same exact trades with me, understanding them fully, because I will walk you through it. And eventually, you will also see it yourself. And then you and I are just naturally trading the same things because you now have edge. I usually trade 10:30 to close every day of the week. If you don't want to subscribe, then I'm here basically 10:30 to close. Monday, Wednesday, Friday for free. Come hang out, learn until you feel comfortable joining the community. No pressure. Streams are private on Tuesdays, Thursdays. Just on our website, Dopamine. The Financial Cloud. Thefinancial.cloud. It's the website. Should be in the description. Discord is in the bottom left corner as well if you just want to join that. I highly recommend you just chill with us for a couple streams, see if you like the vibes. Again, it's open Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm here with you. Just come hang out. Do you like that, Bruce? It's a little messy, but you know, at least people can see what people are saying in Discord, so it doesn't feel so disconnected when I chat. I wish pictures showed up, but there's no real good way to do that. So buyers still very present below. We are slowly stepping up. New 15s opened above POC, so we know that a bid is actively trying to step in. We're going to be looking for them to look back over this 900, 910 for any sort of upside move. We know the offer is sitting here, 900, 910. We need to see a very clear look above. So even though we're putting in higher lows and POC has shifted and we held our liquidity below, right? We still need to validate it. We still need to get over this value of our previous sell. We know that our seller is sitting here pretty aggressively above. I want us to take out this high and show interest if we're going to go up. Or this is just top of our auction and we're going to absorb here and then we're going to rotate down. We are trapped in balance again. So until we see the very clear shift above, I just expect us to continue to do these rotations. We're not seeing anything dramatic off of Russell, right? Very flat. So we shouldn't expect anything dramatic on NQ. We should just expect continued range rotations because we're not seeing the overall market show any sort of strength. It's just a rotation, right? A grind or a random walk between our value low and our value high. What do we look for if Russell, say, breaks the lows, though, and shows weakness and continues to fail here into our highs? What is that going to represent for NQ? Overall weakness, right? A break of our range on NQ, most likely. Yeah, exactly. You guys have me talking a lot today, and I have no voice for tomorrow.
Ten minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Fed Beige Book. We also get commentary from Bank of England's Breeden, speaking at an IMF event. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A on record. We're also expected to hear from ECB's Villeroy at the same time too. We'll lead with the Fed Beige Book.
I'll be right back. More water. That's all I do, man. Nah, don't worry about this area. This area is just garbage. We look over that 900, 910 and show like an active bid. We rotate up. Until then, just choppy, lower, higher lows, but slow grind. Russell back to top of range here. We'll have a lot more clarity if we show interest above our halfway back here and over this this 37, 38 area. Because what do we see if this can happen? What are we looking for? What do we have here? We have two very clear distributions, right? We have this lower auction that we're trading in. It's an oscillating between this edge high and this edge low, right? This is making an oscillation. But what happens if we show interest on this edge of our structure and look above? Well, we then trade back through this LVN and trade into our upper auction, right? And if we do that, then we have room on NQ. If this fails, right, then we just look back down. If we are able to trade through, we'll see an active bid step in, and then we can rotate through this upper auction. So we just watch Russell into this high, see if there's any weakness. If the Russell oscillation holds, then we know that we're going to go back down here. And that should correlate with this 900, 910 on NQ. See if our active bid steps in here with Russell holding above and us now trying to build this 900, 910. See the bid starting to step in here pretty actively on footprint. I think if you are playing on the break at 910, first risk off here is great.
In final stages
Good look for
of
40.
discussions with China to remove sanctions.
Watch for Russell weakness as we now have filled the LVN, right? This is where we either get back into our previous auction and our double distribution that we see here, or this fails. So this makes for a really good risk off if we're playing with the Russell breakout. We know that we have an offer sitting here into our 40 edge. So as we move up, just take off a little risk, sell into our known seller. If we can breach above and hold, then we keep going.
On the financials newsfeed, feed read through. So 5 minutes away from the Fed beige book. We're also expected to hear from Bank of England's Breeden. Just an update with Villeroy, due to speak at 45 past 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Seems like balance days give more opportunity and quality setups. As soon as you understand what you're doing and you have mechanical setups to trade around balance, yes, the opportunities are insane. But they'll feel like absolute shit if you're trying to play it like a trend day and looking for breakouts.
So from the South China Morning Post article, it says that the European Parliament is in its final stages of discussions with Beijing about removing sanctions on its members, smoothing the way for normalization with relations with the bloc, according to a spokesperson for the lawmaking body.
I'm 80% risked off here as we push into 40s. If Russell can continue and show interest, then we can rotate this upper auction. And then we'll have a chance to hold these runners. But I need to see interest.
It is understood that Metsola has met with the Chinese ambassador several times and worked intensively over the past weeks to get this over the finish line.
I need to see interest first. for that continuation into our 40 now. Again, this is just our 30-second opening range, so if we can do this, we already know where we're trading, right? We're looking for this rotation like this into our highs. We're looking for this to hold. It's the same shit over and over again. If we can show interest above this 80 to 90, then we go up. If this continues to hold this resistance, then we go down. All right. All right, I'm going to delete some of this old pathing. It's too messy. You guys should all be familiar with these levels at this point. I'm just going to continue to reply to my last trade that you guys always have these as references.
One minute to go now.
Watch our Russell Edge for a bid. We are here. Into our liquidity on NQ. How do you take that trade and not think you're mentally buying the top? I mean, it's just mechanics, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, again, like it's super systematic in the sense of like
10 seconds.
I truly believe that if seller is serious, we will hold that level. Right? If Russell fails to break out, if NQ fails to get over that 900, 910, we will go down. Right? Like that's like the mentality. If Russell breaks out, I have full faith that NQ will follow through.
Still waiting on the report to come through, the beige book.
Right? It's not just like, oh, we're at an edge. It's like, oh no, Russell is showing interest. We're making higher lows. We had no interest below us.
Beige book
so
coming through now.
Right? It's one of those.
Economic activity was a little change in the previous report, but uncertainty around international trade policy was pervasive across reports. The outlook in several districts worsened considerably as economic uncertainty, particularly surrounding tariffs, rose.
Offer should be sitting here at
prices
40s
increased
if we're go
across
down.
Districts, with 6 characterizing price growth as modest and 6 characterizing it as moderate, similar to the previous report. Economic activity was little changed since the previous report, but uncertainty around international trade policy was pervasive across reports.
Does it make sense why this offer is here? Why I said that? We need to see a very clear bid and look back above if we're going to go higher. Or this is where we push down into this lower liquidity again into 900, 910.
Fed Beige Book says US economic activity little changed since previous report.
Like, I would 100% be looking for an offer there, just dom speed. Why are you looking for an offer there? Go through your logic for me. This isn't a flame. Like, I want you to walk yourself through why you'd be looking for an offer there. Okay. Is that it?
Fed Beige Book says employment little changed, and a little change is slightly up in most districts.
I think we're going into 900, by the way. This weakness at 40s isn't great with Russell weakness. Probably fill LVN into 37 on Russell if we don't hold this low. This is our test of liquidity here in 900, 910. Again, RTY has room, so it can be a bit more volatile in NQ while we seek liquidity. We're watching for Russell to find a bid here and then look back above if we're going to go long, or offer is going to step here. Again, this is just that 40 re-offer, the lower high, and then rotation through. Just like before, where we were looking for a bid to be present, we watch to see if our offer is sitting here into 900, 910 on the look back below with the failure.
According to Axios, White House envoy Witkoff is expected to meet Putin on Friday. There's an Axios reporter citing US official in a post on X on Witkoff.
If we don't see this seller here absorb, then it's going to flip bid and we're going to make a new high. Russell holding our low pivot, watching our top edge here into 40. Look for a rebid here, 900, 910. If this doesn't hold, then we rotate through balance low. If this holds, then we rotate into new highs. Yeah, we need a bit more. Watch our half backs. I mean, you want liquidity found here, 900, 910. Like, that's, nothing has changed. And we want to see Russell breach over this 40. If buys weak and Russell fails, right? And there's not much here. We're just going to go down, sell side fail. First risk off here into 20s. If you're playing off of 900, 910, we need to see a push above this high, rotation up to 40s. Russell ideally breakout as well. We're going to go higher. Russell still failing to breach. Equals chop. No change in our 900, 910 though. Next risk off here into 40. Russell retesting highs. All right, now you chill. You're up 40 points.
White House's Levitt, speaking on Fox News, says Trump won't give up on fair trade practices. It's not fair to say that Trump is softening. We have 18 proposals on paper. Trump is using a leverage to bring nations to the table. And there will be a fair trade deal with China.
Russell failing again here. I'm unsure if we continue. I've taken off most of my risk into day open again.
Also, Levitt says we need to make critical minerals,
50 seconds
chips,
till
and pharma
the
in the
15s.
US. Adding there'll be no unilateral reduction on China tariff.
Holy.
And it's up to Trump what China tariff rate will be. And that concludes Levitt's interview in Fox.
Watch your 40 for reoffer if sell side is going to win this. Russell still just ranging. All we've done is retest POC here. We're holding it so far in new 15. Looks okay, but we need to show interest above. I would love to see Russell actually break out of this now that we've gotten that wick low. It's literally the same setup as before, where it's like, oh, we have a volatility candle into our liquidity that we already held, and now we've tested. Okay. Now we potentially have trapped sellers into that low wick. Should be able to take out the highs. You guys remember that from here into this volatility candle that we just went over, where we held our low balance there and then rotated up and made new highs.
And now White House Press Secretary Levitt speaking to reporters. Besson says no currency targets sought in Japan trade talks. That I expect the Japanese to honor G7 agreements on forex. So this is Treasury Secretary Besson speaking to reporters in Washington. Levitt just reiterates what we already know, and it's on the calendar as well, that Trump is, we will hear from Trump again at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Levitt just reiterating that China tariffs are leverage. So Levitt says Trump signed 7 executive orders today focused on education.
Oh boy. I have a feeling we're going to toe the line of church and state with these executive orders. We'll see. Still no
Levitt, when
interest over
asked
day
about
open.
China, says, have some patience. You'll see.
You'll see, bud.
Levitt says Trump is not asking Ukraine to recognize Crimea. Levitt says both sides need to walk away a little unhappy. As Levitt commenting on Ukraine and Russia negotiations. Adding Zelensky seems to be moving in the wrong direction. US 10-year yield turns positive, last at 4.3909% in reversal of earlier bond rally. And Levitt ends remarks to reporters outside the White House.
Mm-mm-mm. Have you tried their new honey adobo chicken? I haven't. People seem to love it. The quality just feels like it's dropped so much overall. It's very hard for me to eat a Chipotle. It's delicious. Nice. I think it's so funny. I'm curious to see what the recipe is for it because there's from the descriptive words in the new chicken, it's literally the old chicken. Like the marinade, what am I trying to say? The way that you marinate like the original chicken is it's an adobo marinade with honey and with salt and with sunflower oil. So when they say that their new chicken is honey adobo chicken, I'm curious as to what the difference actually is. Maybe it's just more of it, more honey. Like the steak and the chicken are marinated in the exact same base.
Yen extends losses, touches session low at 143.39 per dollar.
The only difference is you have like twice the amount of the adobo marinade on the steak, which makes it spicier compared to the chicken, and a little bit more honey to tenderize it. So if all they did was use the same ratio as the steak on the chicken and then called it something new, that'd be really funny to me. Which I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But I haven't tried it, but that would make sense to me by what they're saying. I miss working in a kitchen sometimes, man. I've been like really considering buying a food truck just to like have and then do that on the weekends or something. I love cooking. I love that fast-paced environment. I'd want to run it myself. I love kitchens. When I was in college, I worked at a few restaurants, and then I got into like upper management on at Chipotle. I opened a bunch of stores in the South when I was in college. We're watching to see if this will flip here. This is the same bid as before. We expect offer to be sitting at this 900, 910 if it's going to hold. Russell back to bottom of oscillation. Just keeping an eye on this. It's pretty slow. Not incredibly interested in this, but if it is, we're following this downside pathing off of another failure at day open. So it's super important to see this go supportive again and see like actual size step in, or I'll be looking for a rotation through. What food? I don't know. Probably some like whitewash shit, like Asian fusion. I cook that a lot. a good first risk off if you're playing off of 900, 910. We should look for the full rotation through, though. Fuck, I just closed my full position instead of off. Damn it. Well, that's what I get. That sucks. So is Russell bottom of range? Like the bid is either like crazy here, or are we offer through? Really watching. Dude, that cheese pizza hit when you were a kid. Yeah, the chocolate milk, the sauce. Bag milk? No. It's a carton still. I'm confident in like three groups of food. I'm super confident in like my ability to grill and do wings and like tacos, stuff like that. I'm super confident in my Asian food, specifically Chinese and Thai. And I'm super confident in, no, that's it really. I'm super confident in those three things, like tacos and wings, sauce wise, and just like cooking meats and marination. I'm very good at that. I'm very good at Thai and Chinese. So I would love to do something with that. I have a Thai aunt, and I have years of Chinese grandma grilling me about Chinese cuisine. So I've got the full Asian grandma cooking experience nailed drilled into me.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $3.02. Diesel May futures settle at around $2.12 a gallon. Gasoline May futures settle at around $2.08 a gallon.
Yeah, I would do like Chinese street food, not like American Chinese food. So much more like Szechuan. A lot of cumin.
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at
Dude,
$62.27 a barrel,
Lebanese food, man,
down
so good.
$1.40 or 2.2%.
There's nothing better than like a good, well cooked meat with like an acidic veg and some bread, any sort of carb. So it's just a recovery. It's the same balance as before. Bid attempting here at 910s. They're trying to flip it. Love to see Russell show a bit more interest before trying this, but nothing wrong with trying to play off this 900, 910 if it holds with Russell bidding here. It's a bit too slow for me, so I'm not actively trying to participate. I played the short from 900 down. Just watching to see if a bid will step in here now. Taiwanese popcorn chicken sandwich. I mean, that looks good, but I'm not familiar with that. This just looks like a failure to me so far. Too slow. These guys are caught off sides, as far as I can see. Not touching it. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's good. This really looks like a sell to me, but it's too slow for me to want to play. But with that failure at the high over 910, I'm much more inclined to believe that we trade down into our like 840 liquidity here. I just don't know how choppy it's going to be. I'm not going to touch it. Jesus. You worked in a restaurant or a chain? I worked in a few small restaurants in Savannah when I was in college, and then I worked at Chipotle and upper management opening stores. That's my restaurant experience. That's it. Nothing upscale. Just like normal jobs you work as like a young adult. I hold half of my Chipotle stock still. Nah, not that much. Retire in this economy? Crazy. At 32? You think I got in at 32? Dude, that's like I think Chipotle was 32 when I was in like high school. Oh, are you talking about after split 32? I wish I could see pre-split numbers. This is my average tie. Right here.
TSMC announces manufacturing plans at company event on Wednesday. TSMC's cutting-edge A14 chip tech to start production in 2028. Just a reminder, in about 4 minutes' time, we expect to hear from ECB's Valori. No indication whether text is to be or Q&A is to be expected. Speaking at Atlantic Council in DC, there's no further information about this. Also, Fed's Muslim is due to give informal closing remarks at the Fed's Listens event.
Off memory? No, I looked. I looked. I just opened my phone. Sorry. I need to buy a new computer for trading. I cannot choose if laptop with dual screen or normal desktop PC with that. I will be moving in another country again in a couple of weeks, I'm sure. I mean, you can definitely get away with a laptop with the dual screen. You can either just plug in directly into two monitors or get that attachment where you can just get the secondary monitor for your laptop that like sits on top of your main monitor. But I don't think there's any problem with just getting a laptop if you move around a lot and then just connecting in to two main monitors with a split. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, no matter what you do, you can do dual monitor on either. It's super easy nowadays to do dual monitor on a laptop, plug into two screens. I think if offer serious, we hold 80 to 90 now for a lower high into our POC of previous candle. I don't think anything's changed. I think we're headed down just for this liquidity, but it's taken a goddamn long time. I will be right back. Again, just keep an eye on 80 to 90 as we approach. We have 50 seconds till new 15s.
Brent crude futures settled at $66.12 a barrel, down $1.32, or 1.96%.
My bad. Ah, sucks. We didn't get the retest. Maybe we get it now. There is not a lot here with Russell just falling. This is Russell ADR back into our liquidity below. What we'd want to see is a bounce here, right? Some relief, same as before. And we'll watch to see if our offer holds and then rotates down for something like this. Unsure. All we can see is that into this 880 to 900, we are going to be looking for some absorption as we approach into that. I wish I could give you a smaller area to work with, but it's really just like, does this absorption hold? If so, then we should expect more downside. For travel setup, I have a laptop on a super slim monitor. For at home, a laptop on a dock. External monitor too. Yeah, it's super easy. And they've made so many there's so much cool tech now for laptops for dual monitors that you can plug into. So you can even have like a dual monitor setup at a fucking Starbucks. So again, like these rotations have been so similar. I really want to just point this out. Like this was too choppy for me to trade. But do we see how this guy's offsides and then we push below and then our 900 to 910 offer holds and then that leads to a rotation back down to our bid? Do we see that? How like nothing changes? You just might not want to take the trade, but the trade is there, right? With this failure here. It's the same thing over and over again. We see a look and a search for liquidity above. The bid attempts, it fails, right? It fails again here. And then we push down, and then we retest, and we make that lower high. Same thing here. Push down, lower high, rotation. Push down, lower high, rotation. We'll look to see if we absorb into this. This is where I want to see if sell side was serious. The problem with trying to look for lower down here is that we still have all this liquidity from that news candle, right? So it's going to be really hard to look for more unless we see someone get really trapped above, or it's just going to be, you know, balance for the remainder until we really trap someone off sides. We can see sell side really trying aggressively here and where we thought, but not a lot of movement, right? So we're watching now, see what we can do. It's a bit too slow for me to play. Oh boy. And I'm just looking at this on Footprint, is what I see. But I'm basing that idea off of. It's like either this is going to flip bid, and then these guys are going to be trapped again in or low, or like this this will absorb here into this like 90 to 900, and then we can continue downward after taking out that liquidity below us. Russell bouncing ADR, no change. Just kind of watching to see where that weakness is going to step in. And then hopefully we get some like actual speed. If you played this, trade's free. You got to see a step below though. It's your first risk off into 56. I'm not in this. Too slow for me. Yeah, it's a huge signal. Should head to the ETH low, I think, if we can hold this pivot here at 29.7. Show weakness here off of that sweep. Right? Watch for like a lower high here and then a rotation through. Man, I'm like kind of done trading today. It's kind of how it feels. Just don't have the energy. We'll see if we start to speed up again. I'll get interested, but it's a little too grindy for me to pay attention. I'm just trying to yap, you know. Ooh. As soon as they said that, as soon as they referred to the Chinese people as peasants, I knew it was GG. To be honest. New book just dropped. Dude, if we have to deal with tariffs again after this 90-day pause is done, emotional damage, man. Did you guys see the announcement for Trump coin? The top 220 holders get to have a dinner with Trump, eat McDonald's with him. Another hold of our low. Not a lot here. Russell held our ETH low, bid where we thought it would. Rotation back up, balance remains. I don't think I take any trades in this area anymore. I'm kind of done with this balance. We've traded this like 50 times. I'm kind of over it, to be honest. Nothing's invalidating, right? Our seller is still here, 900, 910, off of a rotation from our 56 to 40 area. I'm
ECB's
really
Villeroy, tariff effect on euro area inflation more unpredictable. ECB Governing Council member Villeroy addresses Washington. Villeroy of ECB, fair, appropriate ECB cut earlier, faster versus Fed. Villeroy of ECB, Trump tariffs a major negative global shock.
I'll be a bit more interested again.
Villeroy of ECB, appropriate that ECB likely to cut further year on year.
Later, Sparrow.
Villeroy, inflation impact may be on the downside overall.
This Trump thing is crazy. Looking more into it on my crypto Twitter feed. So apparently a shitload of tokens were about to open on the 18th, and so there were massive shorts in place for the new, quote unquote liquidity to come in, which would have really hurt the overall price of the coin. And then they announced this dinner right before, so people are loading the hell out of it and it's squeezing shorts. Yeah, it's like straight up manipulation. Unlucky. To be fair though, like I don't imagine trying to short something that the president can tweet over and has like a cult following. Like it just seems like such a bad idea, man. Not worth the risk. Yeah, like why would you?
White House's Kellogg says positive discussions in London with Ukraine.
Wait, did you guys see this tweet? What the hell? I missed this part of the conversation. What? Trade deal may take 2 to 3 years. Hello? Just in time for him to end his presidency. Hell yeah. Oh, is this it? 900 to 910 rejection, rotation and lower high. Rotating into our liquidity low here. Let's see if we get follow through. What I would personally like to see for a really solid setup for a short continuation is a test into this 810, 820 liquidity, very clear offer, and then look below for a takeout. We'll see if that happens or if they just bid this up again. We've now fully taken out this liquidity here. So really paying attention. If you are playing off of this edge, this is first risk off into 810, and then we look for a reoffer into that 40 to 50, or just a very clear sweep below this. Need to see a bit more. Watching our reoffer. A lot of liquidity resting at like 42. Trying to step down at 38 here. Sell side has to win this or we flip it again. And then it's just the same shit again.
Candace PM Carney says, looking for comprehensive discussion with Trump. A meeting must be between two sovereign nations. I prefer for Trump meeting to be face to face.
Bid is trying so hard to step this thing up. Come on, RTY, break us down. Please don't keep us here. God, if this offer at 40 can hold out and then get us below 10s, we're in a really good spot for shorts. This guy fails and Russell holds this low. Shorts are probably screwed. Testing now. This offer's gotta step down. We need to see this Russell weakness. The longer we sit here with RTY sideways, the more likely we're gonna have to like test into 80s first and then do this all over again for a seek of liquidity because of the lack of interest below. So I really just need to see this thing slam down and push through with a weak Russell for this continuation. Holy, get me out of here. 50 seconds till new 15s. New 15s opening now.
Dollar yen hits 8-day high versus the Japanese yen.
Brother. I have no faith with this Russell bounce on ETH low. I need to see someone sweep the hell out of this.
ECB's lane says inflation should settle around target absent new shocks. So again, just a reminder, at 5 p.m., Trump is to sign an executive order targeting university creditors.
I'm trying here small with stops at 25.50, but I'm not confident in this. I'm trying to play off this 810, 820 with stops above the wick highs at 25.50, but there's a solid chance that I get stopped out if these can't sweep. We just need Russell to get below this ETH low and start to sell, dude. If we just bid this low again at 787.50 and then pop back over 820s, like the sell's done. GG's. I need weakness across the board here. Offer sitting at 10. Offer trying to step down at 790. Watching for a potential risk off here into 765. Taking off a little. Don't have a large position. Just take off a little risk. Half my position. Into our reversion. Target below 725 if we don't show interest here at our edge at 765. Watching for a reoffer of our ETH low on Russell for confirmation for downside. Same thing would be applying to 82 on ES for an ADR test and ETH low first next target if we get this Russell rejection at ETH. Just changing the levels to accommodate what I said with my stop at 25. This breakdown was a mess. Bussin'. That shit's sideways. I need a large breakdown on RTY, brother. I need more than this. Send that to 17, please, off of a ETH low retest. Give me this. You're not getting any more down leg until Russell shows weakness. Hopefully on this LVN fill into 25, 26. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I really don't. I'm really hoping on Russell here to follow that pathing I just drew. And then for ES to test that ETH low at least for that next leg. Again, I took off half risk into 65, so now it's just a matter of can we get that move down to 725 or does this just bait again? I'm keeping my stop at 825.50 just on my runners. We'll see what happens. So fucking slow. It literally trades the same. I don't really see too many divergences. The thing that I look at, Sauce, is I just have the what is it called? The market depth. I look at that for NQ while I watch the MNQ DOM. It's showing me the DOM, right? That's all market depth is. It's literally where the limits are sitting. So if I see anything dramatically different about like where liquidity is resting, then I'll care. But it's usually remains pretty similar. Like we can see that 760 liquidity is resting on both MNQ and NQ, the same place, off of market, off the market depth. Yeah, there's almost never any sort of arbitrage trade for micros versus minis. Markets are very liquid. Bid at 770. I do not like this Russell divergence for shorts. You need to see this sell quickly, or this is going to go up, not down. New 15's opening now. 65 still feels like a really great risk off. They need to slam this thing. We need to show interest on the offer below 70, the 65.70, or the bid's going to hold here, and then we're going to have to retest into like 810, 820. I need to see a very clear look below. Yeah, dude. This entire area is just brutal. RTY still diverging. Terrible sign for shorts. I'm not moving my stop. I'm holding this. I get stopped out, I get stopped out. We've already taken profit at 65. I'll let this play. But Russell diverging is such a bad sign for shorts. Dude, I love PVZ. Who made it? You know what I'm saying? Who designed PVZ? Shit. Uh,
ECB's lane says dollar asset allocation has gone from overweight to a more natural kind of weighting.
Come on. Really? So this is my copium, is that Russell has just done its reoffer into our known seller. As long as this is holding, I'm fine with short. But we got to get back below ETH low. Just think of this as our oscillation. If this goes back below, then we see new lows on NQ. If, oh my god. If this doesn't happen and we bounce ETH low, we probably squeeze over 25. That's my guess. We offered the same spot, 810, 825. I'm still in my short runners. I still think it's a great idea to take profit into 65s. We'll watch the Russell weakness here into our halfway back. If the bid happens here, I don't think that there's a change in our auction. We're still just going to rotate in between these two pivots. We really need to see this Russell weakness below. Testing into that 70 again. If offer can hold below this looks great. We can hold that 65.70 on reoffer on NQ. This is Russell testing our ETH low here. Great first risk off. And then we'll look to see if we can add to a position. We're seeing sell side really trying to sweep below now. Again, targeting 725 if this Russell failure can happen. I just took off one more here. I'll watch for reoffer into that 65.70 and see if we can get that last leg down into 25s. Watching a Russell for this reaction here at ETH low. So far rejecting, looks good. Whatever comes first, 25s or RTY into our potential double bottom, that's your risk. Risk off. So Kevin, I don't know why that got marked as spam. Watching our reoffer here. Let's see what we do. Holy, what a slow grind down. A lot of selling pressure into that push into 50, 60 there. Looks okay.
So just a reminder, in about less than 10 minutes time, we're expected to hear from RBA's governor Bullock, speaking in a panel in Washington about tokenization and the financial system and adapting to the new landscape at IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C.
This is Russell double bottoming, by the way. Come on. We flip over this 50. I'm unsure. I moved my stop to 74 from 25, 825. It's down to 774. But if the bid flips this, we might chop for a bit again until we can get back below like 30. Unlucky. Just watch to see if we can trap anyone here. Watching Russell into ETH low. Runners for 0 is crazy. Yeah, what is it? I'm about to get stopped here. Unlucky. It feels bad. We either hold this 50 edge sauce and bid, or we re-offer it on a look below and then rotate down to 25. Tempting now. Bid trying. Russell holding ETH low is supportive. Watching for a bid to try here higher. Feels like we just trapped, but I don't know. Took in a decent amount of liquidity there into 50 to 60. This bid's still sitting here into the low though. This could be our potential lower high here. $20, 25 seconds, still need 15s. I'm watching two things here as the new 15 opens. Can we hold this for a new low, right? This lower high, or do we flip it and then rotate through, making this supportive? Or rotations back up? With Russell high or low, it's a bit rough. But we have a lot of liquidity below that we can work off of, where we know what we need to see for sell side on the deltas. So it's like we can look for shorts once we get below that and start to offer it. Until then, it just looks like a bid absorbing sell side. I think that RTY probably tests back up into top of range off that higher low and ETH low holding. So I'm a bit less confident in shorts. Because I think that this probably plays again with Russell holding higher low. So the oscillation up makes more sense to me, but because of how slow it is, I'm not very confident. But I do think that RTY is going for the oscillation from what it's doing. So I'm just going to wait and figure it out. I think as long as 80 is remaining offer, sellers have control of this range. But as soon as that starts to bid with an RTY continuing to hold ETH low, that's when things go up instead of down. So retesting our absorption here on NQ. I need to reevaluate our level to talk about what I just said. So our bid is absorbing into 38. Need to see a very clear shift below this, or we're just going to rotate this range. Bid trying to step up. RTY still remaining on our pivot. Again, there's not a really great short here until we retest up into 810 or push back below 65s. We know that this 80 is where we want to see sellers sit. We want to see this action for this rotation down.
1 minute to go now until we get
Or
the
we need to
market on
see
close
something like
imbalance
this.
data.
Or this bid is just going to rotate up back into this, and then we look for offer sitting here again. Again, it's very dependent on Russell on this ETH low. That's how I'm viewing it, that this is where our bid is sitting, and we're oscillating between these two pivots. And there's probably not a great shorting attempt until we're either one of two things. Either A, back up into this high, or below and retesting and reoffering here. It's probably a long. That's how I view it. I think you're really dependent on RTY with how stuck we are.
Ten seconds.
MOC 10 seconds. There's your pop into our liquidity above. Russell into our high. Watch to see if our offer holds here.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 2.3 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.6 billion. Dow 30 buy side 767 million. And Mag 7 buy side 550 million.
Watch reoffer of 810, 820. If it flips offer again, we rotate through the range. If it holds, we go up. Watching Russell into our highs. This is top of oscillation, no change. You want to see an active bid sitting here if we're going to continue higher for the last 10 minutes. Offer tempting to step down. Russell full oscillation. Watch your ETH low and halfway back reaction. See if we get a potential bounce there.
So it takes us 10 minutes or about 8 minutes to go until we get Texas Instrument Q1 2025 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.07 and a revenue estimate of $3.91 billion. Reminder as well, at 10 past 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we had IBM Q1 2025 earnings as well with an EPS estimate of $1.42 and a revenue estimate of $14.40 billion.
I'm personally not seeing enough to take a trade. Yeah, 880 makes sense, Ty. That's POC. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find anything to actually get in. The 25 hold was fine, but just not enough liquidity for me to care. The absorption into our low was good, that we talked about. That held incredibly well.
Five minutes ago until we get Texas new instrument earnings, Q1 2025, with an EPS estimate of $1.07 and a revenue estimate of $3.91 billion.
We're seeing some slight absorption into 50s right now. But if Russell can breach this, I don't think it'll matter. Just keeping an eye on it. Yeah, that's when we reevaluated. And why when the Russell's holding that ETH low, the short idea kind of invalidates. That's why we talked about that. Once we saw that, it's like, the idea is kind of over for short term. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. I don't have enough to go off of to trade it, even though, like, if we had like an hour left in the day and we were playing, I would totally be in it. But 4 minutes, it's like, oh shit, I always forget that you guys can't see. Oh, I already have it marked. There's no, it's the same as before. We're good. Who does it take this? Oh, what happened? Why did it rally up? Because we absorbed the lows. Failure from sellers. Rotation up is the more likely outcome. If there isn't any desire to trade below, then we have to trade back up and seek liquidity above. Just that simple. Two-sided trading here at 30s. Offer trying to step this thing down, but I don't think they do it. I don't know. I think bid absorbs here into this 20 to 30, and then we look for secondary buyers above 50-60. They do that, we head to 80. If sell side can actually win this out at this 20 to 30, then it's just a full rotation down. There's no structure.
1 minute to go now until we get Texas Instruments Q1 2025 earnings.
But, I mean, the bid's present. It's very present. You've got 40 seconds till close, so I don't know if this trade happens. You've got Texas Instruments ER right at close. Maybe we wait on that. I don't know. But the bid is, like, very clearly present here.
Then a reminder, 10 past the hour, expecting IBM to release their Q1 2025 earnings.
Sure.
10 seconds.
Full rotation on Russell. And that's close. They just did like I said, there's nothing there until back down to this low. Watch to see if we get a bounce here. It would make sense if they were going to bid it. There's not a ton.
Still waiting on the earnings.
Russell full oscillation. Man, I'm tired. What a day. Afternoon was kind of garbage, last like 2 hours. But, I mean, it ended up working. That's funny, Ty. Jesus.
First quarter EPS $1.28, $1.28, a beat on the estimate of $1.07.
Bids founder, we thought they would be.
$4.07 billion, $4.07 billion, a beat on the estimate of $3.91 billion. First quarter operating revenue of $1.32 billion, a beat on the estimate of $1.18 billion. They see second quarter revenue of $4.17 billion to $4.53 billion compared to the estimate of $4.12 billion. Second quarter EPS seen at $1.21 to $1.47 compared to the estimate of $1.21. And they see their capex and also first quarter capex at $1.12 billion, a miss on the estimate of $1.18 billion.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot here. Market's closed. Russell's doing its full oscillation again. Not a ton. If this 90 to 810 stays off, or 790 to like 800 actually, sorry. I expect full rotations back down to 740 here. If bid can step over 830, I expect rotations to 880 in Globex. But you're kind of just stuck in this little transactional range. Just keep an eye on Russell. If it continues to do oscillations, I don't really see any change in our auction. If RTY starts to lead down, then that's a really great catalyst for that actual rotation through. Yeah. It's funny that like nothing changed after a close. It's literally the same liquidity. How bad it was into the afternoon. I still like this setup on this look below, if we're going to get that. Once this bid's gone on a look under and then retest, that would be really solid. Other than that, just this range. Got to get below this 65-80 area for that first leg. And for like the balance trade here, what you need to expect is that a bid is willing to hold here and look up. But if we look down, you're looking for an offer, a rotation, a lower high, rotation below, and then continuation down into ADR, right? This is just the balance setup. We expect a bid to still be present here. We then look for the offer to retest, and then we look for the new low. You know what? We can go over that. I think my explanation earlier about the balance edges was good, but I think we can probably do better. Do it a bit better here. Let's see if I can, for those that are still present. I want you to like always think, I think of the market 90% of the time as a D profile. And if it isn't in a D profile, I make it a D profile. And the way we do that is why we create smaller auctions, right? That's the whole idea. So when we can find where participants are located, let's say we see a buyer that's absorbing here, and we have a seller that's taking in size here, right? This creates a balance. Do we expect that price just hits this low and this high only in this area? No, that's stupid, and we shouldn't expect that. But what we can be looking for is if we are treating this as...
So just a reminder, about 5 minutes ago, until we get IBM Q1 2025 earnings, with an EPS estimate of $1.42 and a revenue estimate of $14.40 billion.
As a D profile, right, a balanced profile, we have our setups already. We know what we're looking for, right? What are we looking for in a D profile in balance? If we can find an auction high and low in a shorter time frame, and we can find where the mid pivot is, where we're seeing secondary sellers and secondary buyers and sellers trying to add size for a rotation out, what are we looking to happen here? What are our options when we're trading in a profile like this? What are we looking for? We're either looking for excess at our edges, right, in our tails, or we're looking for a rotation in between our value, right? So when I see setups like this, I'm looking for one of two trades, always. I'm looking for excess at our highs or excess at our lows. So for the long, we are looking for sellers to push below our value low edge, where we know buyers are seeking value, and we're looking for an excess to build, right? So we're looking for people to be offsides. So we're looking for a buyer to absorb sellers. Here, right below our value. Is this an entry though? No, it's not, right? It's just a trigger. No, sorry. It is a catalyst for a potential trigger on a rotation up. Once we see that there's some absorption here, so we see some chop, right?
IBM coming through now with an operating EPS of $1.60, a beat on the estimate of $1.42, a revenue $14.54 billion, a beat on the estimate of $14.4 billion, software revenue $6.34 billion, a beat on the estimate of $6.3 billion. These still sees fiscal year free cash flow about $13.5 billion, missed on the estimate of $13.72 billion. Consulting revenue $5.07 billion, in line with expected $5.07 billion.
Okay. So this is an area where you start to pay attention. Once we see the look below value, we have two ideas, two very clear ideas. We find where in this little mini auction that's taking place, buyers and sellers are located, and where that absorption is occurring, okay? If we see a POC at the low, right, or any sort of buying tail into our low of this little auction that's taking place into the downside, what we're going to be watching for is what happens into this reaction here. What do we want to see happen for sellers? We want to see this shift of value, right? We don't want this to be a buying edge anymore. We want to see a very clear seller sitting here to rotate us down and then reoffer for a continuation. That's what we want to see for a short. Is once we see this a little bit of absorption here, we want to see a retest of our value edge and a rotation down. What happens if we see the opposite of that? What happens if we see absorption here, but we then see the bid step back above our value edge. What am I looking for then? What does it mean if sell side isn't present here to shift value? Acceptance back in, right? Sure. And why do we
Seeing
care about
shares
this?
of IBM climbing about 5% after second quarter revenue forecast tops estimate. So they see second quarter revenue of $16.40 billion to $16.75 billion, a beat on the estimate of $16.28 billion.
We care because these guys are now offsides. We've gotten a failure to shift value, right? So what we're watching for is an active bid to start to step in again where they were before, right? Because the previous price action looked something like this. We saw, a range, a bid, hold here, a rotation up, something like this. Like price was oscillating in this format. So we had a super active buyer here before. So if this buyer is back and the sellers failed to shift value and we have seen clear absorption below our balance, right? A very clear excess has formed. We can use this as our catalyst as an arming signal for our trade. Our trigger of where we're trying to put on risk is the look above and retest into this area. Because as long as we are holding this lower auction, this little mini auction that took place below, we're looking for longs now for a full rotation of this value. Because we've seen a failure from sellers, and we're now looking for a rotation through our D profile or our value. So we're going to be looking for a full rotation up into the structure because we now see a hold of this edge. So you have two opportunities, in my opinion, on a recovery of our edge. If this trade feels bad, this first entry, this is what I want you to watch for because I think it's super important for you to look for this setup. Okay? So if this entry doesn't feel good to you and it feels a little too wishy-washy on this rebid for this rotation up, I fully expect this setup to play. When we come back down and we test our value high, look for the bid here and then play this rotation. This secondary move is just a retest of our value low and our recovery of our buyers. You should expect them to be here on recovery of this pivot. So look for the full value rotation and then look for a long here into this low on a recovery of our value low. If this holds, this should lead to a retest and a new high. This setup is your long for a push and hold. If we get a value high to rotation, if you're uncomfortable playing the first look in, look for a rotation to our value high, and then look for a pullback with this buyer now holding. If this buyer holds, this guy is now incredibly offsides, and our buyer is now confirmed that they're back. This secondary buy should lead to a new high. So if you see a recovery of our value low, you see a rotation through our balance, look for the secondary bid for a rotation up and then new highs, because we can now have squeeze potential. Because they're going to be sellers who are trying here again, and they're going to be sellers here who are already offsides. If the bid maintains here, after you've found an active buyer on recovery, you now will have two participants who are offsides, and we should make new highs. The same thing goes for if we're going to short, right? What's our short setup? Think about why this works. What do I always look for? I'm going to just redraw this, but I'm going to make it a bit thinner. A bit more compact, sorry. So this is what we're looking for. So we come back in, we rotate our value, we see a secondary bid step in, we then see a takeout of our highs, and then we get a new high. What's the opposite trade? What happens if we come back into this edge? So this rotation, let's say this rotation fails. We trap into this excess at our highs. Let's say our seller is here and is absorbing. Seller absorbs buyers here. What's the short setup? if this is our long setup? What are we watching for here? You get 2 opportunities. What do we always look for? So we see excess forming into our highs here. I'm watching for our first reaction here to see if our bid is going to be able to maintain this edge at our value. If this fails, I'm going to be watching this. Now that we've seen this, we've seen a look below. You get your reoffer into our edge. You get our rotation through value, right? This is the short setup for your first entry. This is the one that people are uncomfortable taking, right? It's this setup here where you're uncomfortable taking this first entry. So you have one opportunity here. Where should we be expecting the bid? Where was the bid the last 2 times? Right? Into this value low. So should we be expecting relief here? Yes, right? This is giving us an opportunity to look for a lower high into our value edge for a rotation and push down, right? This is creating another opportunity for us because we know that if sellers are serious, they are going to hold this value edge on a retest. So what do we look for on both the long setup and the short setup? What are we looking for here? A failure to take out the high, right? A failure to take out the low. This gives you your secondary entry. We expect a rotation of value. We expect a lower high. And then when we get this, what do we know? Who's offsides now? This is your catalyst now. We now have buyers who are offsides into our highs off this failure. And we now have a secondary buyer who's offsides trying to break this thing out again. So if we see a failure to breach this high, we now have 2 positions, 2 areas where buyers have loaded, have been absorbed, and we will rotate through, creating a catalyst for a new low. And that's your setup. So if you're uncomfortable taking the first reoffer, right, on the push back into value, look for our rotation back into our value low, and then look for the lower high for the push down. That should lead to an excess holding and then a rotation down through. Any questions? I mean, this is the setup that we traded for 90% of the day. Questions above? So, Sig, what are you looking for at that level for the red box above? POC should be considered just your first risk off tie. That's all POC is. It's 2-sided trading. We should expect a full rotation of value, but you should always be risking off if you're playing off of
So IBM shares reversing gains, falling as much as 3.5%.
That should always be your first target, right? So if you're playing an edge, you should always be taking your first profits into your POC, or whatever the 2-sided trading middle of the range is, wherever that secondary buyer or seller is. And then you should be looking for a secondary target, right, for the full range rotation. That's all that is. You should expect the oscillation between value. It's going to get choppy in the mid. That is your first risk off, and then you can reevaluate. But
US
you should be
begins
in
national
runners
security
for
probe into truck
the
imports.
edge. All we're looking for is for a failure from buyers and sellers at our highs, and then a rotation back into value. Once we're back inside value, we know what's going to happen. It's the same shit that happens every time. We rotate value, right? The only difference is that we now have an outlier on our edges. This is our catalyst for this transaction to occur. We need this offside participant for this rotation, and then we look for the higher low or the lower high. Right? This is our catalyst that makes this trade happen. We know
So
value
according
is
to
going
the
to
FT,
rotate.
Trump is to exempt car makers from some US tariffs, did see shares of GM jumping about 3.4% post-market on the FT report, and Ford gained.
Listen, here, I'll show you our trades again from this morning. I gotta screenshot this again. Give me 1 second.
Seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500 off of the back of that news.
All right, so with what we just talked about, what do we see in these setups? So we've got...
And we have posted out the article onto the financial news feed for you to read through.
We've got 3 zones.
Further into this, according to the FT, Trump is planning to spare car makers from some of his most onerous tariffs in another trade war climb down following intense lobbying by industry executives over recent weeks. The move would exempt car parts from the tariffs that Trump is imposing on imports from China to counter fentanyl production, as well as from those levied on steel and aluminium, a destacking of the duties, according to 2 people familiar with the matter. The exemption would leave in place a 25% tariff imposed on all imports on foreign-made cars. A separate 25% levy on parts would also remain and is due to take effect May 3rd.
I'm sorry if you care about what he's saying, but I'm muting him for right now. Okay, I'm just going to go through what these trades are based off of what we just talked about. Okay, so first trade that's here off of the screenshot. What do we see that's happening before? It's a bit hard to tell, actually. I'm sorry. This action here is a failure and rotation with an excess above. This is a failure and lower high, and then a rotation down, and then a continuation. So what is this trade? This is a look into our balance high with an excess above, a bid at our low, and then our lower high. So is this an option to short here? If we're looking at this setup, this is your first option to short, right? So that's what we're looking for. We got our bounce at our low. You have a potential long here for a rotation up. What do I do instead of trading this? I wait for the look below because I know that we've gotten this secondary sell, right? We've gotten the lower high. So what am I looking for now that we have a catalyst above and we have this look below our value? Why am I looking for a trade here? Why am I looking to short this 810, 820? Why does that make sense? Well, because the seller's in control, right? We've got lower highs after a clear bid at our low value, and sell side is stepping in and we have an excess above. So if they can't breach back above here, I'm going to be looking for that continuation down. So I'm now looking for an offer to flip this 810, 820 for a breakdown. But what happens if we start to see this absorption here, right? We see a low forming. What's happening here? What do I need to see for a continuation trade? Well, I need to see us reject here, right? I need us to reject this pivot. I need to see strong selling here for a continuation down. So does it make sense that my stop is sitting right here at 20 if I'm thinking that that's what I need to see? The answer is yes. So what happens if I get stopped out of here? What am I looking for? Well, if I get stopped out there, I'm looking for an immediate bid because I'm now watching for a rotation through our value. So what do? I get stopped out of my short and I immediately jump in long. Because I know if the sell side was serious, they would have held that shift of value. I'm now seeing an aggressive bid step in over where I thought sell side would be present. So my short's invalidated. My short continuation is invalidated. So I stop out of my runner and I immediately flip long and take profit into top of balance. I then let this maintain, because what do I expect to happen if we've now maintained this edge? If we're just rotating between balance here, what am I looking for? Why do I care? Well, I expect value high to hold, but I am expecting our secondary buyer here, right? So I can stay in this position as long as that pivot is maintaining, because we have an excess at the lows, right? So does it make sense that I'm willing to stay in this position while we chop here in this smaller balance, looking for a new high if we're able to maintain that low? Does that make sense now in your head of like why I'm doing what I'm doing? We now have all these idiots who are offsides, right? We're now maintaining above our previous seller and now maintaining above our bid. I am now looking for that rotation and push higher into our previous area of value that is up at this 90. So we had this little mid pivot, and I'm looking for us to come back up in here because this seller has failed at the lows. Our seller has failed at a shift of value, and we're seeing bids now stepping in here on our recovery. So are sellers going to be confident that they can short this, or are they going to look for higher first and reevaluate if they're already offsides here and here? No, I'm way more likely to look for higher first and then go down, right? From a risk standpoint, it doesn't make sense to try to short here when we already have a seller value that's higher. We can look for that. So what we can do is we just take risk off into our known seller. We can see them on, we know that this is a known level, right? So I'm risking off into that, and then I'm waiting to evaluate. That's all. When am I looking for my next trade? What am I looking for in this rotation? What happens here? It's the same setup that happened here. Does that make sense that this is the same thing? What is this area on a look below our balance? It's an excess, yes? So if we get a dip below and our same buyer is back, okay, so first of all, lower highs from a look on our bid. Do we see how this is a setup in itself? I didn't take it because it was too choppy and small of a range, but back to our bid on our flip, retest, failure to take out highs, retest, reoffer, lower high, rotation through. Now we seek liquidity down. So we now have we have now gone for that liquidity, this bid here. I'm now watching for this to be in excess. I'm looking for these guys to be offsides. This is our VWAP, right? I'm looking for this to basically absorb sellers. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for our bid to recover this edge. Why do I want that? Why is that important to me? Bueller. Anyone? No? It is a recovery of this buyer, right? Of this balance high of our previous sell. So if our seller is no longer going to defend this and we are taking out this lower high where the offer was sitting, and we now have a offside seller who was absorbed into VWAP, I'm now looking for an active bid to step in here to create another catalyst for us to go up. If we now have offside sellers into our known buyer, right, into our buyer value here, where we took our original long, I'm now looking for them to be here again, and I'm looking for them to fail. I'm looking for sellers to fail here, and I'm looking for an active bid to break out for a new high, because our low held where our buyers are wanted, we have retaken and our bid is stepping up to where our seller was before, our offer, right? It's flipped. And now we have a catalyst below us or fuel for us to put on a new high. Are you following? It's the same thing for all of these trades. The same thing here as well. I get stopped out of my runner from this long. What do I see happen again into this news wick low? What do I see? I see sellers getting absorbed into view up again and into our pivot. So what am I looking for? Well, I'm looking for these guys to get absolutely cucked, right? I'm now looking for an active bid to step up above here, our pivot, with these guys off sides, seeing that we held our liquidity again. There's clearly a buyer still present here. So as soon as we see secondary sellers step up here again, I'm looking for new highs again. Because what we're playing with is buyers and sellers who actually participate in the market. Our little shares, that are our little amount of liquidity that we have, does nothing, right? So I need to be participating with people who actually move the market. So if we can do the same trade over and over again, which is wait for an excess, wait for a recovery of an edge, see a secondary buyer step in or a secondary seller step in, I can then trade off of this knowing that we're then going for a new high. We have someone caught off sides. We're maintaining our auction between these two pivots. Our value has not shifted. These guys are screwed. I now look for a continuation and a push higher. Yeah? I then play this up. I let this chop around here. What do we see that happens up into this high? What is this? What's happening here? Well, we're getting some choppy action. We're seeing two-sided trading here. What happens after this two-sided trading? Do we fail to break highs? Is there a potential entry here for a rotation back down to value? Do we see it with this failure here? Does it make sense once we start to see these lower highs and the takeout of our low where this buyer was present, that this is a potential offer for a rotation back down to where we originally took our bid? Yeah, it is, right? This is our 900, 910 that we played around for 90% of the day. So what happens once we start to see that this is now flipping back to resistance? What am I looking for an offer? Well, we've already gotten our first lower high. We know that there's an excess into our high. And now I'm seeing our edge here where we originally bought at this 900, 910. Let me make this a bit more apparent. This is where I bought once I saw the flip of our 900, 910. I'm just going to change the opacity on this a bit. There we go. So we've already established that there's an excess up here. We've already established that the offer is shifting down. We now know that this guy is offsides. We know that the offer has stepped down again. We're now watching our rotation where these buyers stepped in last for this rotation up. I'm now looking to see if they're going to do one of two things here. We're either going to hold the top of our auction as supportive and bid back above this and then rotate up. But what if they fail? What if that offer continues to hold? Well, we've got these guys who are trapped. And if this buyer can't rotate us back over, I'm now looking for a short for a rotation back down to where our original bid was, right? Because we know that there's nothing in between these levels. No one's interested in this shit. It is only matters what's happening at this edge where this liquidity is located, right? And this edge where this liquidity is located. So if I know that there's no real interest in the middle of our profile, right? Value to value, then what can I look for here if I see a failure from our buyer to rotate us back over this pivot? Well, exactly that, right? I stop out of my long, my last long here, and I immediately flip once I see this lower high and our offer step down. And I play it back down to our VWAP and to our pivot where these buyers have been participating. We know that there's zero interest in between. We are playing value to value off of the failure and the catalyst above, right? That's all. We know bids here. So we take profit
and we short this range. It doesn't need to be huge points for you to make money. It just needs to have a small risk. Then you can add more of a position. You can be more position heavy if your risk is tight. And then we can play this for massive points in the sense of a small stop, right? This is a great trade if we're looking at this from a risk to reward standpoint. If we're playing off of 810 and we're looking for rotations of value down, this is a 4-to-1 risk to reward. It just trading balance, seeing our edge fail. It's the same thing here. It's a 4-to-1 or 5-to-1 risk to reward on the long setup, just trading our balance with excess. Just the recovery of our edge, that area that we know where that bid was attempting before, is now back. That's all we're looking for. And then we're just playing the rotation back up. That's literally it. We know that there's 0 participants that care about the mid. We will rotate through value if we recover an edge and we have an excess. That's the idea. It doesn't always work. Sometimes you get stopped, but it works a lot. And the risk to reward is really solid. So we can do that trade over and over and over again. So what happens here off of this short? So I shorted this. I left a runner. Why is my stop here at 910? What happens here? Why do I care about this level? If this is where we're looking for shorts last time. Why do I stop out and immediately go long over 910? What happened into this low? What did we see happen? Well, we saw our buyer was still present. Right? But what happened after we came back up and we were looking for a potential secondary short here? Right? We maintained our low, right? And we rotated down. But what happened? Did we make a new low? No, right? What did we do? We bid. We held where we needed to in our lows. So if we are holding and we rotate down and we bid, what should we be looking for if we don't see a failure here? A strong sell. Well, we know our buyers here. We have a strong secondary buyer here, and that this seller is going to be offsides on any push up. So if we failed to show any interest below, I'm now looking for new highs. So I don't want to have anything to do with a short anymore. So I'm stopping out and I'm immediately going long because we have 2 sellers who are offsides now if they didn't take profit. These guys, right? And anyone into this low who was trying to push down into our bottom edge, shorting this low. And we know we have a higher low here on our bid. So I'm looking to play with these guys on a breakout because we now have a catalyst at our lows. It's the same as before. This is now another excess just like this and this because our bid has moved up. We see how our bid is now maintaining this high. This is now something that was never retested. So I am now playing with these secondary buyers here and looking for a breakout to punish sellers who tried to push us down. 2 sets of sellers here and here. So I now immediately go long and look to play this up. Do we see how it's just the relationship between our zones and just waiting for an excess, and it's just the rotations in between over and over and over again? Was that helpful, or are you more confused? There, and we can go back and try this again. So this is the next area, same zones. This gets a bit messy into the end of day. But give me a second. Let me screenshot again. More trades, more trades. Change the format. But it fits. Okay, So same zones. Oh shit, it's too big still. What? Really? There we go. All right, so this is now the same area, but now just later in the day. Same zones, nothing has changed in our balance. What am I looking at trade-wise? Can we spot the ideas that that are going through my head of what we're watching for? Do we see any similarities? See if I can zoom in a bit more. There we go. Why did I try to short this? Oh, sorry, no. I did not try to short that. Why did I attempt a long here? Off this lower high. Why did I attempt this? What do we see happening here? What am I looking for with our idea? So we got in our rotation, we've gotten our lower high. I missed the short attempt, right? This rotation through. What do I see happening here? Ah, shit. Well, okay, there we go. What am I looking for on this reclaim of this edge? Why was I interested in trying that? Do we know why? Why was I looking? Because I was looking for this, right? Recovery of our edge, where I tried to bid last time. Do we see that? So I was looking at this 910, and I was attempting to retry this look below, and then the look above. But I was a bit early. We needed to retrace a little bit of this. So I take a stop here. What do I do right after that, though, once I see the bid step back in? Well, I immediately try again, right? Because I see the bid is still present. I was just a bit aggressive on my entry. So I look to play it again because I see that the bid is very active on the DOM here, and we're taking in lots. So there's no reason to not try again because nothing's invalidated. There's no short here for me. I've missed the short, right? I've missed the setup. The only short that happens is if we do this, and then I play this rotation down, right? Which you can see here. So I'm only looking for a long because what are we doing? We're maintaining a higher low. So as long as we're maintaining this higher low and I'm not seeing any interest back below this pivot, I don't see a valid short. I missed the short. I closed my longs into that, right? So I try it early, it fails. I see bids stepping in again, absorbing sellers here. I try again. I immediately close my first contracts, my first risk off, where I got my original entry. Just as like oh, okay, this was I bought the high in the last attempt. If that offer is still present, at least I'll be profitable for, the 15 points here in between. So I immediately take my first profit off into where I got stopped out off of my garbage entry before, off of the failure, right? We then look at where's our secondary seller? Well, we know we got our first lower high here. So what I'm going to be looking for is our offer to be sitting here, right? Into our lower high. So I immediately take more profit off into our lower high, looking for that offer to potentially rotate us down. So I take off a little more profit into our highs. Do we see how that makes sense and how we can kind of determine where we should be taking profit just based off of where previous value was found in our last rotation? That's all that I'm doing. So I stop out, get back into the trade, immediately take profit at where our previous sellers were, and then look for these rotations. So that's the long. Where's the short for me here? What did I look for? This sucks that I got stopped. I closed full position instead of half, by the way, here. This is when I don't know if you guys remember me on voice saying that. What am I watching for here again? What's this level? The notorious 900 to 910. Yeah? So what do I see happen into this high? Well, I'm seeing a failure to make higher highs. I'm seeing no real interest from buyers above at our 960. This is our opening range mid on the 30-second. This is where we rejected over and over again today. So I have no interest here at this 960, which is, again, our 30-second opening range mid. I'm looking for either bids to very clearly step over this for longs, or I'm looking for more failures, more buyers to be absorbed in here, right? And I'm looking for sell side now off of this aggressive seller to now put in a lower high. I see that we are now flirting with this edge, and I'm looking for a lower high again for a rotation of our auction off of this strong seller that got put in. But now all I'm watching is, are we maintaining below our 900, 910, which was our buyer before? Do we see that? This was our buyer. I'm now watching to see if it's our offer. Do we see how it makes sense to look for a rotation back down to our auction lows off of this failure for the buyer to maintain here? We see this flip on our candles, where this auction flips here and the offer moves down. So I'm now looking for that rotation to the downside. Do we then get an immediate bid at the bottom of our value and rotate back up? Yeah, which is a longing opportunity if you're not already in a trade, right? I risked off full there, so there's nothing for me. I didn't take anything. And because I messed up, I didn't take a trade in any of this auction because I messed up. And so I'm emotionally not okay, right? So I'm taking a break because I know that I fucked up on a trade in the sense that I closed my full position. So I know that I'm not fully concentrated on the market. So I wait. I let myself rest here. We talk. And the same setups happen over and over again. Nothing changes, right? We see the same thing. We get a bid into our lows. We test our highs. We do the same thing. We auction rotate. We create an excess again. Off of this excess and failure to get over 910s, we see a reoffer, a rotation down. We see a lower high get put in, giving you your secondary sell, just like we talked about. This secondary sell and failure to reach back up gives you an opportunity that lets you know that these guys are now really off sides and we should be looking for a rotation down. Do we see that? So even though I didn't take it, do we see the setup at least? That's important. Do we see this failure here? Do we understand why we can expect a lower high and a lower low off of this failure? Yeah. Okay. You're seeing it now? Good. Good. We have failed here. We've failed to maintain the higher lows, right? And we've failed to get over. This is a failed bid, a failed breakout. Because what would we have wanted to see? We wanted to see this, right? A look over from here, if it was going to go long. What happens if this fails from this strong secondary buyer that attempted here, and then we fail into a lower high? If this buyer fails to get above these highs and show a bid at 910, then I'm looking for downside, right? If this guy had gotten over this 910, I would have been looking for a new high. Does it make sense why I'm looking for that? And why we can now look, because we have a secondary participant. We have more size going into the market. And we know we have a seller that's positioned here, and we have a buyer who's positioned here. So whoever is now loading the boat here, if we fail to breach this, I'm going to be looking for a secondary move down. Yeah? All right, give me 1 second. I will be right back. All right, my bad. All right, we're almost done through the explanation of all these trades, but all right. So again, I fudge up my close here. I market close all instead of just closing half. And so I then don't play any of this and I wait. What am I looking for here and why does it matter? We have a failure from buyers, right, into this high. We've now taken out the low. We have two opportunities here. We have a shorting opportunity here on this reoffer for a rotation down. And what I'm looking for is for sell side to now shift this value, right? This 50 to 60, I'm looking for sellers to basically maintain here for new lows. Because this is a huge auction pivot for us. We've seen buyers step in over and over again and absorb sellers. So on this look below, I'm closing some of my short, right, into our known buyer at this 810, 820 from earlier. But I'm adding to the position as we push up because I see that sell side is absorbing here and we're not showing any interest above, right? So my stop is sitting like this. It's sitting above, above our pivot here, just like this. And I'm just interested in looking for ads like that. That's all. So I'm just building my position and I'm looking for us to take out our low because we're failing to bid back up. What would I be looking for if we did flip this, if I got stopped out? Well, I'd be looking for an immediate bid, right? I'd be looking for this to then go supportive and then rotate of this range. Just like we did on all of the other trades on a failure here. So my stop is here. I'm willing to bid if we flip this, but we don't. We hold. So I'm just accumulating a position in this chop, and I'm looking to then trade down into our lows here, into our balance where value is being found. What do I do here again off of this shift of value? What do we see here? The same thing as this, right? So I get a little chopped up here. It does not matter. We re-enter. So I actually take a loss here. I close my full position from these highs at 50. My average is about 45 here altogether. I close full into this. I then try to short this immediately, a little preemptively into 810 because I see someone trying to sweep it down. I get stopped out almost instantly on a look over 820 on my first attempt. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's too tight. So this is where I move my stop to 825 and then try again on this look below. So I see that we have these wick highs here and the offer is sitting, and this is where our bid was previously. So I'm basically just watching now, can we build below and is there a shift of value? If there's no shift of value, this is what my stop looks like. I'm just putting my stop at the wick highs here and I'm looking for the look below off of that failure because I've just got stopped out. So I know where liquidity is resting. I was on both sides of the bad end of that liquidity on my first attempt. It's like, oh, okay. Well, I just got screwed. I took a small loss, right? It is what it is, but now I know where liquidity is resting on both sides. So I'm going to put my stop above and I'm going to try short again on the look below with my stop above because I know that if sell side's serious and we're in a pretty serious selling channel, right? Lower high, lower high, lower high. We know that these guys are offsides. We know that these guys have failed. I'm now going to try this again now that we've taken out my stop because I'm sure other people's stops have now been taken out as well. So I'm now looking to retry this with the stop right above into my 25s, and we're looking to play this reoffer. Oops, wrong tool. So I'm now looking for this shift of value now that we've taken out those stops with my stop at 25, right? And we're just playing it down. And my stop sits and remains at 25. There's no change. I know that nothing has changed here. As long as we're maintaining this, I'm not looking for this bid up. So I stay in my position. I stay in my position. I stay in my position. Right? Do you guys remember this? I'm just staying in my position. It's a bit rough and choppy here. So I just stay in and we take our profit into the lows, letting that play. Because nothing has shifted in our overall structure. It's choppy, yes, but we have not seen a shift of value. We haven't seen a failure to shift value. We're seeing a value shift succeed. Sell side is holding our 810, 820. There's nothing that's invalidating my short. I'm just in runners. I've already taken profit on this. I should just let this play because nothing is invalidated. What's the point? Just let it play. Okay, let's say I close full here and we could have re-entered. Yeah, sure, definitely. But if I'm not confident, I'm just going to chill in my runners because nothing has changed and my brain is telling me I'm going to get chopped up if I try to enter anywhere other than where I did. I just want this 810 to 825 to hold. And as long as that's maintaining, I'm fine in my trade. I'll just keep my risk on and chill. Structurally, nothing is invalidated. Our sell side is still in control. All we've done is change these buyers to sellers. Very successful shift of value and a rotation down. So we held our auction low as resistance. So we have flipped it. Does that make sense? Do we see these flips? Do we see these flips where these bids are now our offer? Where these bids are now our offer? Okay, that's it. I mean, that's 90% of my trading. It's just balance days, right? All we're looking for is an excess and a failure from buyers or sellers. Once we see that, then we have someone to play with. Until then, what are you doing? Don't ask me. I don't know what you're doing if you're not just trading edges, right? Like I really don't. So this is called trading edges. It's just balance trading, man. It's not. I'm trading at the edges of balance, right? But it's just balance. It's just balance trading. All we're doing is looking for excess and then trading value to value. That's 90% of trading. And you can do this on. You asked about time frame. So I'm trading on a 15-second chart, right? But you can do this on a daily profile, on a recovery of our value, on a daily volume profile, right? Our value low and value high in the day are representing the same thing as our edges. This is the same thing. Nothing changes about what we're looking for in the dynamics on a larger time frame. We're looking for an excess to build below in our tail of our volume profile. We're looking for a recovery of our value and then a rotation through, right? If we do that, then we trade through our value. If it fails, then we hold our value low and then we see this continuation down. Our value is, it works on all time frames because it's auction market theory, right? It's, if we believe that the market moves within value, right, then it will work on all time frames. Your risk to reward, your profit margins are going to be different depending on your time frame, and your trade time is going to be very different because you're trading on a different time frame, and so it has to equal out, right? Like if you're trading on a daily profile, you're not taking a 15-second trade or a 1-minute trade. You're trading on a, your time frame is 15 minutes, an hour for that value to value rotation on a daily profile. Whereas on in a 15-second balance between 8:10 and 9:10, I'm looking at like a 5 to 10 minute trade, if that. But like these things don't change. It's value to value. Like either we remain in an auction or the auction shifts. There's an agreed upon price, right, that we're trading in between. Buyers care about value here. They're willing to buy here. Sellers are willing to sell here. Until something shifts, right, we expect price to rotate in between the guy who's willing to sell at this price and the guy who's willing to buy at this price. That's just auction market theory. What does it mean for this guy if price falls below here? Well, he's like, oh, damn, this is a really good deal. If I can get this back up and we bid here, I just bought the dip, right? And then we're going to rotate back up to this known seller. So this is now seen as a discount for this guy. We know that the seller's trapped, who panicked and tried to buy lower. We've now recovered our value edge. We're going to rotate back up to this guy who's willing to sell up here. He's like, yeah, sure, I don't care. So this guy now bought the dip. We now recovered our edge of where we had an agreed upon price. And now we're going to rotate back up to our known seller, our known participant. Yeah? That's all this is. It's just like, oh shit, yeah, I'll buy the dip. This is way cheaper than this. As soon as we recover this edge, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. And then this guy's like, yeah, sure, I'll buy that. I'll sell that. So we can do that on any time frame as long as we're understanding of where our buyers and sellers are located. And we can easily find that information by just looking at footprint. And that's how we determine our levels. Where absorption occurred into our highs, where absorption occurred into our lows, and then we trade around these participants who move the market. And then we just look for secondary signals based off of them. Once we've found that high and that low, we then watch how the market moves around them. And then we trade the secondary moves between those two areas of value. We eat the crumbs from the larger participants. But by doing that and trading within those parameters, we have very strict and we have very clear areas of where our trade invalidates, right? If our idea is to trade in between this participant here and this participant here, and price is oscillating like this, and we start to look above, I'm not interested in this. This isn't in my playbook. I'm not, what the hell is this? No, I'm looking to sell here on the secondary look down, right? I'm looking to play between these participants, between these two guys, right, who are willing to buy and sell at these levels. And as long as we're maintaining this, I'm just going to look for an excess to be formed here and then look for that rotation down. And then we'll play this and I'll take profit into this. I'm happy with that. If we get excess, awesome, right? Like if we get the secondary move down, sure, maybe I'll add to the position and then we'll look for a shift of value. But like my job isn't to look for some crazy long trade or short trade on a higher time frame. I don't control the market, right? I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is where our most recent buyers and sellers are. And I can play around them and I can trade and take profit in between them. I don't have an ego here, right? I'm not looking for some crazy higher target. I don't think NQ is going to 0. I don't think NQ is going to 10,000 in my single trade, right? All I'm doing is trading the in-between a known buyer and a known seller and taking profit. And then just allowing gains to compound. Right? If we do that over and over again, that creates a system that is insanely profitable because we're not looking to trade more than what is being offered to us. Right? And this adds up, guys. Like this isn't crazy. This isn't some like new tech. We're just being rational and we're trading a mechanical setup between value, right? We're not looking for more. We're not ego playing. We're not trying to call tops and bottoms. We're just trading between two participants and compounding gains, right? That's what this looks like. This was our day today. Trading 90% micros, just trading value to value. I just showed you all my trades. Does this seem like something that can be profitable for you if you stop trying to be an ego trader and just trade value to value? Does this seem like something that is that you can build off of? Yes, right? Okay. I've taken up a lot of your time, but I just want to go over this because this is like 90% of what I talk about. And I think it's something that a lot of people overlook because they're unwilling to just compound gains. They want one trade to have 10,000 ticks and they want to make all the money instantly and they're over leveraging and they're losing, right? Like I showed you, I lost a lot today in the sense of like the trades that I was taking. I was wrong. I got stopped out. But we reevaluated and we had a system in place. We had mechanical setups of what happens if things go wrong and we flip. But my losses don't mean shit if we have an expectancy that is positive. Right? Again, our losses don't mean anything if my largest losing trade is 220 and my average loser is 92. Right? I have an 85% win rate. We have a positive expectancy. We will make money. The money adds up. Trade the setups that make sense to you. Don't look for more. If it doesn't make sense to you, if you don't know what's going on, don't trade it. Define your levels, define your setups, right? That's the first step. Then practice the setups repeatedly. Journal, journal, journal. Until you understand how it works. And then you're good to go. Just repeat every day. Compound gains. All right, I'm leaving. I will see all my YouTube watchers on Friday. That's the next free stream. I will see everyone else tomorrow around 10:30. You guys have a good one. Hopefully this was helpful. The VOD will be available if you want to review anything today. It should be up as soon as I close the stream. So if you wanted to rewatch any of this, even the end bit, I think you really should rewatch the end bit. Just go over it until it makes sense to you. Go and look back. Try to trade the same stuff. And just practice. Yeah. Yeah, same time Friday, 10:30 to close. Same thing every day. Some days I get on earlier. Some days I only do half days. It really just depends. But I'll always be here after first hour, no matter what. All right. Peace, guys. Have a good one.